I've been bout my papyrus since I've been in it. Put me in a debate, you know I'm gon' win it. If I scream black power, don't get timid. If I say black city, I'm talking about Kemet. If I say black city, I'm talking about Kemet. Primary researching, we done pushed it to the limits. All you dudes finished. The king counting cattle up with brother Reggie. When I'm in Oakland, smoke smoking, bro, they love the Chevy. Back in the day, it was the spokes on the chariot. Long procession when the king got carried out to every spot. Woman looking nice as ISIS. I read ancient texts, so my advice is priceless. Nubian gold, your ice don't entice us. Beating me harder than counting grains in your spices. Your heart was beating, but your brain dead, you're lifeless. Yo, they ain't nothing like us, yo. Don't try to make me mad. Make me smile and say you love me, man. That's real right there. Yeah, come on. You should listen to your main man's advice. Do a YouTube and apologize like Dice. Or the back fade coming like the Antichrist. Egyptologists sent me reading and said that I'm nice. I got a speller with your name on it. I'm like Sargon. You the type of dude wake up in your car gone. Told, cause of the money you owe. Before you stream, you should clean up that humble abode. Like Akhenaten City for my woman in gold. I keep the pseudos running, people coming in droves. You catch me on a live stream with Pan-African James. When we building, call us by our African names. I'm for the children. It ain't nothing happened to change. We on that black hype, so we still packing them things for protection. Got connections, got connections. My complexion, pure black, that's the essence. You love me? Show me some love. All right. What up? Peace to the people. We about to have us a learning session today. Something we often do at about this time. And what we're gonna do is arm people with information. Pertaining to what subject? Well, you know, a lot of the times you might hear something like, the Egyptians hated the Nubians. The Nubians were slaves in Egypt. All kind of nonsense. Well, what we're going to do is look over some primary accounts. We've done it often. I love to do it. Just to keep myself, I stay in the text corpus. To familiarize myself with text. Now when people mention text, now I just be knowing them already. So it's encouraging. I'm going to play another blapper and then let's get into it. Let's go with that old school. Well, I'm going to go back to the Starduster album. And I'm going to play a joint called Be Real. It's a nice little cool song. Check it out. Life is like a one-way street. Yeah, some may eat, others still trying to get on their feet. We live through what we spit on the beat. We speak life, most who rap about death or decease. Man has confidence in the weapon he keeps. The wrong move, you can put yourself in jeopardy deep. Most men don't prepare for defeat. The word of the day is real, it's like Sesame Street. Sometimes when a man got a message he preaches, I ain't religious, but I listen to the lesson he teaches. They call it fate when our destiny reaches. And most of the time for rappers, it be something that he said through the speakers. And often that'll seal the deal. My legendary commentary on the game like Shaquille O'Neal. Everybody want mass appeal, but don't fake it till you make it just. Shout out to Albert Jenkins on the track. They stuntin' for the gram and they do it for likes. Social media can ruin your life. Be faking frontin' for some folks you never knew in your life. Look at him now, about to post what he doing tonight. She flew in on a flight from the Philippines.
Hairdo sharper than the blade on the guillotine. Reputation like Goliath the Philistine. And she take care of her kids, that's the realest thing. Take care of yourself, they try and kill us, king. I read glyphs, I can tell you what the writing on the pillars mean. We bust moves, cats pump faking, acting like they ready and then they can't make it. I can't take it when cats be fake. I be out like catch me later. On the real, you gotta deal with yourself if no one else. At least be real with yourself. Sometimes you just gotta be real. Ain't no sense in fronting this. I'm talking to a psychologist feels. You gotta acknowledge the truth you're trying to conceal. It's how giving an apology feels. Just don't romanticize or fantasize. It is what it is till it's glamorized. Then it seems bigger. You gotta scheme quicker. Forget all that. Just don't let the ill thoughts get with you. Keep your eyes on the big picture. Watch it close like your kid sister. It went down like that, that's how they did you. It shouldn't be real if it's incriminating. The judge and the jury, the lawyers can be intimidating. If their goal is to eliminate you, then it's no mandate to. It was fun doing that song. It was like spitting from the heart. But what's up? When I got time, I'm streaming. It's nothing. Don't even trip. I got some hours too. I could get it in. I told you I'm ready for my marathon. Next thing that's gonna pull me away from streaming is tour. And tour ain't gonna happen until about February. I got my job. I do my shit cool. Stay on point, stay ahead of things. I used to be behind the ball and shit. I'm ahead of everything. It kill anxiety. You be behind the ball, you gonna be thinking about shit you should have done. So I'll be good. I try to stay on point. Wake up, do the right shit. Gotta hit the gym. Then just do the shit. But what's up though? We gonna look at some primary accounts of all kind of different stuff pertaining to the term Nubia, and we'll give an explanation about this momentarily. Pertaining to the term Nubia, Nubian, and we'll learn quite quickly that there's really no term in this text corpus in the ancient Egyptian language, Nubian. Obviously, right? But how obvious? Is it not a word like, I mean, we know that's English. But we think the way they gave it to us is qualified and substantiated. It's not. As many of our teachers before us have taught us, the term Nubian is a weaponized term. You might hear us use it as a colloquialism, an easy way to just talk about the subject we're talking about. But when we doing the highly specialized, detailed work, we avoid using terms like that. Yeah, it's strictly colonial. But I wouldn't say colonial because the Greeks wasn't colonizing. But we're going to get terms like Nubia when we start to get foreigners that encroach upon the land. And so one thing we want to get people to understand understanding the weaponization of the term Nubian is easy. And this is also the manipulation of classifications. This is how you could take classification to the next level and castigate and do all kind of things by the way you classify things. So think about it. The root word to Nubia possibly has an ancient Egyptian etymon. And here's the funny part about it. I'll pull up some articles from 2000 that I wrote in 2012. Well, I was arguing with some brothers that it's possibly an etymological root to the term Nubian in the ancient Egyptian language, because the way you say gold in the ancient Egyptian language is Nup. So think about that. What I want to do first is, well, before, I don't want to leave you hanging just right there. If the etymon in the ancient Egyptian to this Nubian term is Nup, gold, in the Greek, how would we say the place of gold? You add an E-a. Nubia. And then by way of default, they say the people of the place of gold is Nubian. But that's not how Egyptology try to do it. If you look up Nubian in certain Egyptological dictionaries, like E.A. Wallace Budge, which a lot of people be using, Nubian is going to translate back to Negro. That's erroneous. And on many levels. They definitely were not saying Negro when they said Nubian, and they never even said Nubian. They said Nehesi. And so, in order to not ever address what they meant by Nehesi, we come up with a pseudo term used by some later people. Then we say that meant Negro, which would imply Nubians were Negro and Egyptians were not. That's the weaponization. When you find what anthropologists call Negroid elements amongst the remains of ancient Egyptians, you call them Nubian. Don't you see? Not acknowledging the diversity, the phenotypical diversity of all Africans, North Africans included, they just say if it has obvious Negroid features, then this was a Nubian. So you see how that weaponization works. If whenever you find someone with black features, obvious, because you're looking at deceased people, so you're looking mostly at their phenotype, right? Whenever they find somebody just look black, they say Nubian. Not acknowledging that all of the phenotypes that they are using when they don't see an obvious, what they call true Negro features, are still part of the African phenotype. We got the most diversity out. So that's straight, strict weaponization. It's scholastic, taking a term and using it for your racist purposes to claim Egypt and say everything you found there black was Nubian. So, what I typed in, and I'll try to make the text corpus bigger. I know when I'm streaming vertical, I gotta make shit hella big, to where it's uncomfortable for me, but it works for the stream. So I have to adapt. What I put in here for you guys to see, translation. I didn't put transliteration. I didn't put Nubia. I put the word Nubian in the TLA, Thesaurus Lingua Egypti, which is the text corpus used by Egyptologists. It's like when you watch a show with the Hebrew Israelites and they go into the Strongs. Similar. I mean, it's just giving you, just an overview, right? So since I put Nubian, first what it's going to do is bring me back all dictionary entries from the vertible, which have the term Nubian in them. In understanding and familiarizing ourselves with some of these terms, and we're keeping in mind that the ancient Egyptians wasn't saying Nubian. This is why you won't even see in the ancient Egyptian language a word that leads back to Nup, which is go. You won't see that this is translated from. It'll most often be a word. It's going to be various words that don't etymologically lead back to Nubian. And you're going to be like, how did they do that then? You realize it's just a fix. And so to give some credit to those who had to do this before us and came up to these conclusions, Nubia, using the colloquialism, if I don't want to use the colloquialism, I'll say Nup, the place of gold to the ancient Egyptian, was south more, right? South more, and north of Kush, south of Egypt. In the areas, equatorial areas, where Nilotic, what anthropology calls Nilotic Negroes, dwelled, right? Some of the darker hued, taller, tropical limb brothers in that area. But we have to understand that the first nome of Egypt, and I heard Brother Chris, I would like to talk to him about this. I heard him say that Tasseti was not involved. I think I might have misheard him say Tasseti wasn't involved in the unification fight. I like to talk about that. It seems to contradict Maria Gatto's work and also everything we know about Reisner's work in Kom Ombo, which is in Tasseti, the first nome of Egypt. Maria Gatto argues that the people from about the fifth nome, which would be northward, right, moved south into the areas of Kom Ombo where we had fights. I don't know what's going on, but you could tell me why after the fights they head north then and start unifying headed to the north. So maybe they had some military move where they was like, first let's go down there and smash on them, then go up. Or maybe they went down and lost in Tasseti. And then Tasseti was like, man, what's going on? And start going north. But nevertheless, Tasseti is a term that talks about the region in the ancient Egyptian language. We won't see Nup, but we will see Tasseti, which possibly encompasses, it encompasses some of the geographical region of gold. So then you would say some of Nubia would be in Tasseti, some would be in Lower Kush. All right. So the first term we see here it looks like Aata. You see two A's, a T, and an A. You see a hand for power as a determined thing. I wish I could make it bigger. As big as it could get. You see a hand for power as a determinative, and then you see a man with some type of axe thing in his head. Oh, okay. Thank you, Chris. He said they fought in the unification against it, but never accepted into the two-land idea. Okay, I was because I was just laying in the bed when y'all was talking, listening. I was like, huh? But yeah, I appreciate that. Oh, we got what appears to say ata, right? They say it's a common noun, and I'm just gonna right click. I should just be able to, dang, what's going on with my wiki? I ain't getting no translate screen. Let me see what's up real quick. See, since I was so drawn in, it didn't even want to translate for me. So now I got the translation up. Oh, let me get out of here. Right? And we go back to here, get the translation up, then I can make it bigger. So this first term we come across, again in the TLA, they're translating it as a Nubian chief. Now, the proper name of a Nubian chief, that means that this was his name. This is not a pronoun for a Nubian chief. So it appears they say a proper name, like Jonathan is my proper name, correct? That would mean that A'ata was some Nubian chief that they knew about. And the way that we verify this is to go look at the verification attestation. So we're going to click on it. Now this is where they got that from to deduce it. Now check it out. If it only say one attestation, then they really had no other ones to compare it off. They got to be going off the syntax of the sentence or breaking down the word, and they know the root and they know how it means a personal name of a Nubian chief. Here we had a story to tell us, and we're not going to do a meta class right now. I'm going to take us to the transliteration. We can identify. Now, it's funny enough that why they got the 1,000 word highlight when we were supposed to be going to his name, Ata, and I don't see that highlight, but they got 1,000 highlight. See, that's that other stuff. You tripped off that? So when you search a word and you come to the transliteration of it, the word normally will be highlight. Highlight, they got it in this little box. But what they got the number 1,000 highlight for the word that they said was the name of a Nubian chief. So let me find it in the Meta Netra now and see if I see his name in here. It was just A'ata. And when I come in here, do you see A'ata yet? Man, don't do that. I don't see it yet, so it must have been another rendition of his name. You don't see two vulture birds. Remember what it looked like? Two vulture birds. So they probably going to Haiti? Nope. I don't see his name, so. And then they got 1,000 highlights. So this attestation, let's see if they got his name any place in here. It ain't. It ain't in here. So did I click the wrong thing? Let me go back. No, I didn't click the wrong thing. So look, the one attestation, they got to prove that his name means a Nubian chief. And when we start to go look, we can't see how they deduce that, right? Because we can read the text if we want to go through a slow motion. But all you got to do, if you don't read Meta Netra, look at what they say the word looks like. You see two birds, a T, and another bird, this arm with a leaf in it or whatever, and a man bent over with something going into his head. So when we go to the one attestation, you should see that here. So just deal with a bird first. That starts the word, right? Where that bird at? This ain't the word. They go to bird. But this is Hati. Hati. Feel me? Koresh. Koresh, I don't know. It's none of these words. And then they said it was the number 1,000. So I don't know. I would have to get an explanation for that. Right? I don't see no Nubian chief in there. Oh, okay. Maybe. Let's see. No, I didn't do that wrong. I did it right. Yeah, this is the first definition of Nubian chief. Here go the second one, and its definition is commander of the Nubians. Now, that's probably why they got the question mark here, because at this word commander, it says At Win Zetiu. But look, the first sound was Ach. Really, it's TCH. So no, and they're probably proposing this the same Ach up here. But nevertheless, I don't want to have to figure that out. This is a commander of the Nubians, an administrator of the Nubians. They got 2 attestations for him. So let's slow down. No one taught you that, well, someone probably taught you that the Nubians had commanders and administrators, huh? Let's go off of their translation. E.A. Wallace Buzz, let's stay in the halls of Egyptology. This would be a commander of the Negroes. Right? Sometimes you use people little pseudo shit against them. This would be an administrator of the Negroes. But stop it. Because is it worded? We know the Medunetter. Of the isn't in there. But in order for it to be Egyptocentric, they worded it this way. We read, this could say Nubian commander. And if it said Nubian commander, it would imply that that commander was a Nubian. We can't have that. We need to let it say commander of the Nubians so that the commander could be ambiguous or possibly in Egyptian. This could say Nubian administrator because we looking at the text. We know the of ain't there. But that ain't what I want us to focus on. We're looking at different ways they addressing the Hessi people that they're calling Nubians that they translate to Negro. Now here you see a different term. A M, you see an M, a D, and a Y. You always hear us talk about the Magi, huh? That's what that represents, Mijah, the land of Mijah. But this is a place name, see? The land of Mijah. This name is verified. Why they don't got no attestations for this one? Because they transliterated it with a Y probably. It'll pop up again and we'll see verified instances of this land near Nubia. Now remember, Nubia ain't a place. All right, let me fix that. You know, sometimes I'll speak too fast. Nubia is a place, but it's not a place that any ancient Egyptian knew as Nubia. It was simply the region of gold. See, Mijah is a place that ancient Egyptians did know as Mijah. Or I'm not saying I'm pronouncing it correctly, but you see what I mean? They knew these consonants represented that location. Whatever vowels they put in the middle, we don't know. So that means I can't know if I'm pronouncing it correctly. But nevertheless, for the study, this is what we mean. There was a Mijah. Land near Nubia is simply saying close to the regions of gold. Not close to any polity or state or things like that. All right. Now it says the Magi, really, they just saying Medi, is a Nubian people. Don't think race, they want you to do that. That's the weaponization of the term. This would qualify if we understand they mean a people in the region of gold, not a Negro. Not that's made up in Egyptology. If you're gonna digest that, then you're gonna start thinking that well, the Egyptians ain't Nubians, so the Egyptians aren't Negro. So a Nubian people, as in a people in the region of gold. Mijah, the Magi, a place name. Remember? But he also letting you know that Magi is going to get. So they're not the gold people, but we will talk about them later. Thanks for bringing that up, Shazmove. And I do remember in an earlier debate that helped me forge some of my skills. Shout out to y'all who be willing to debate, because then you make me study hella hard. We unearthed a term that was actually for the inhabitants, direct inhabitants and controllers of the region of gold before Tutmos built Hot Noob. Hot Noob being the house of gold. A diplomatic building. They don't tell you this, but this is the truth. It was an economic, diplomatic building. Wasn't necessarily a fortress to smash and steal the gold from the Nubians. How do I know this? Because Egyptians didn't even man Hot Noob. They just built it. They didn't man it. They didn't guard it. So how would they have been guarding the gold on some colonial stuff if they built the fortress and had Nubians man it? It was a positive, a lot of the times, it was a positive relationship between the areas of gold, the people who inhabited the areas of gold, and the people to the north. A lot of the times it wasn't because rulers change. Some ambitious rulers are concerned, particularly the Senrosets of the 12th dynasty, concerned with stretching the borders. So they're going to encroach upon people in people's land. That ain't cool. It's automatic beef. It's nothing. It's not like life ain't life. Don't you know animals are territorial? Regular animals are territorial. Like if that line crossed that line over there, it's just beef on general principle. So that happens. If you're going to set out and say you're going to encroach upon some land, yeah, it's fun. Because the people who don't want you doing that going to fight you. But who's to say you can exploit these type of moments to say that the ancient Egyptians despised and hated the Nubians? Now we're at me. You see an A got added into the same. This is just different transliterations of the same place name. It's funny that it says average clouds. That's Google messing up. That don't got nothing to do with this. Mijah, think middle. Nah, listen. This is funny. They say Middle Nubian, but these are just the people of the land of Mijah that first was land near Nubia. But now all of a sudden it's in the middle of Nubia. That's not a big deal. We have 19 attestations to Magi. Magi. You know what I'm saying? I just say Magi, English. But if I was Medu Netter sounding it out, it'd be like Magi. Right? This is the Magi. These are the archers. These are the strong, at one point, the strongest military force that Egypt relied upon. The Magi, a Nubian people. If I click these attestations, they will 100% all be positive. Let me think. It's like two of them that won't be positive. One, when they didn't defend the Magi dude who was in a trial. He was in a trial, and a governor sent a letter down to him and he asked why didn't he defend the Magi, and he told him he didn't defend him because he didn't think he wanted him to. So he let the Magi dude get fried. You feel me? That's not positive. And another one that is not particularly positive is a story from the Semna correspondence, but that's not what it's called. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Is it the Semna? Is it Semna? Semna's too far down. Hold on one moment. I guess it was Semna, huh? Let me ask y'all a question. Is these correspondences between Magi and these two fortresses, one of them is Southmore, and is it the Semna correspondences? I think so. Semnacorespon. Dense. Let me see. It says something right there. Oh, come on, dog. Give me some English. All right, well, it might not be called that, but I can pull it up. Semnacorespondance. Right? ENCE? Semna correspondence. Nah, they're going into Spanish. And so, well, this other text, I'll probably find it if I clicked into here. It's two fortresses talking to each other. Just a Magi. You can find it in Kate Liska's work called We Came from the Well of I Bet. All right? It ain't the Semna Stella, nah, because it's two correspondents between two fortresses. But I forgot. Yo, the Semna Dispatch. There go Yurik, my man. Yeah, it's the Semna Dispatch. MNA Dispatch. Well, now that we got the name, y'all can look it up. In these letters, we learned first that it is, and that's what it's called, but Google don't even know. So, but it is called that in Egyptology. When you read that correspondence, there are some Magi people who come up to a fortress, starving and stuff, and they trying to get into the fortress, but the people inside the fortress not letting them in is some other Magi people, the ones commissioned to run the fortress. So they send a letter to another fortress to see if they can let them in. And all the ladies was saying was, let our men get some work. They out there all bad, blah, blah, blah. They asked them where they came from. And they said something particular, and this is what Kate Liska focused on, that they said they had come from the well of Abet. The well of Abet becomes a significant thing in understanding the South. If I type and go to Google and say, is it Abhet, I-B-H-E-T, or I-B-H-E-T, yeah, I bet, and then I put Sudan, S-U-D-A-N. Let's see what happens. All right, hold on. What's it called? They're making me up. It might be Ib Bet. Let me see. I hate not finding stuff. Well, the well of Abet. Let me see. Watch this. We have come from the well of I-B-H-E-T. Look, we have come from the well of Abet is the title of an academic article about the ethnogenesis, the formation of a distinct ethnic group in ancient Egypt, the Magi. All right? I'm glad AI had my back. Here's the paper right here. I'm sorry. We have come from the well of Abet. Now, in this, it'll tell you all about the story that I was just talking about. But there was one particular thing I was trying to show you where Abet was. So it is I-B-H-E-T. All right? So now we're going to look up Abet. So you can see why this is significant. And that is how I spelt it. Abet Sudan, but it is not one to pop up so readily. So I shouldn't put Sudan. I'm going to put Egypt real quick. Yep. So I just want to read this real quick. For Merimost, what it says right here. It is possible that at a later time, Merimost led a campaign against a people of an area called Abet. The people of Abet had resisted Egyptian domination. So now they're showing that Abet, they possibly, right here is asking whether Abet was one of the 9 bows. But it's not giving me exactly what I wanted to show you. But nevertheless, we got some information. I wanted to show you the geographic location. Abet, Egypt. It's not in Egypt. Sudan map. Oh, I know how I used to do it. I used to click it on the map. So let me click maps. If you can't find it on here, then damn. All right, forget it. Well, it's in the desert of the Sudan. And what they noted in that text is that there's a well there. Let me see the full PDF. This is the document by Kate Liska that I was citing. That there was a well there, not like a boat, not like a fish, a well to get water out the desert, right? I'm just going to go to the document real quick. No, thank you. There it goes. And she was going to help me walk through. She the one who hooked me up with Jonathan Winterman. Because she couldn't answer my Metal Netter questions. We have come from the well of Abet, the ethnogenesis of the Magi. I'm not about to read this whole document. I'm going to take you to a particular point in it. And I think she got a map of where Abet is, because that's what I was trying to show you. And let's see about that. She also does some very good work to help us know that the Magi wasn't just like the police, like people be saying. But imagine if they were the police and they were these Negroes like E.A. Wallace Budge wants you to believe. Then in there we were, she didn't put a map. Well, just read this document. It's very good. And it tells everything about the Simna dispatches and the people who came to the well of Abet to try to join the Simna fortress that was manned by Magi, not Egyptians, right? So this is why we find some of these terms. They call it a Mijayik, an average woman Nubian, or a female middle Nubian. Those are both incorrect. This would most likely be a female woman from the land of the area of Mijah. A woman, like if you said, how you say an Oakland girl? In one word. Oh, I forgot my wife brought me some food. How you say like an Oakland woman in one word? Like, well, anyway, this is just a feminine way to say a woman from the area of Mijah. Now, this is one of the terms that we're about to get into, and this is what I want you to trip on. The term you see transliterated NHS, they say means Nubian. The definition of NHS here is Nubian. That's really backwards, but it's not sufficient. And we're going to see in the next, or as I go down, we see Nehes E, or NHSJ. The J represents an I-Y sound. So we get Nehes E. Nehes E means Nubian too, to them. Those entries ain't really right. And we have 6 verified entries for them to prove that. Or what have we. Notice this is the same word, Nehes E, Here we got a bit of an admission, if you ask me. This is an adjective that means Nubian. Nubian ain't that don't make no sense. It's described, so American is an adjective? I guess. I thought that was like a pronoun. But anyway, here we see the first entry for the term Nehesi with the most attestations. The first entry is Southerners. It's like when you look in the dictionary, you see number 1 definition, then number 2 definition. But number 2 definition here is the word Nubians that we know wasn't used. It don't even work like that. But what I want you to notice is this. The first definition is a cardinal direction, basically. You know, it's a direction. But it says Southerners. So it's people who live in a particular direction of the speaker. They live to the south of him. That exists. That's directional. The second one is a people group. And we line it up with race. That's problematic. But the reason why they had to put Southerners in here first is because if we scrutinize these 78 attestations where they're using the term that they weaponized, this is the original term to talk about the Southerners, nothing else. Wasn't talking about no race of people, no people group like that. When they went down there, they went to go visit different people groups that they called by their people group. When they went to see the people of Majah, that's who they said they was going to see. So if we understand almost every time we see a negative attestation or something weaponized towards what they call Nubians, it's telling us here to first consider if that word should be translated as Southerners. It's the first entry. If you do some philology, look over the text, right? And you let that be part of your research question, like we could do it right now. Let me show you. When I click this, every attestation we read, we're going to consider what works better. A direction or a people group. Where the word is. If it's a direction, we know they talk about the Southerners, which is not necessarily a people group, because anybody could be. It's not a race or nothing like that. It's just people who exist to the south. Nubians make you think they got blood, the same blood. So let's see. And notice how far back these go. These are all, right? These are all, they go back far. So, right now it says, when I mean they go back far, this is going back to the time period of Jared. That's probably like damn near the second dynasty. I want you to look at a few things. First of all, the ancient Egyptian for this word, if I click this, it'll never say Nubian. I mean, it should not say Nehesi is what I mean. They just put Nehesi here. This actually is like a bow, a SETI bow. The only two options to transliterate this bow, honestly, would be PDT, Paget for a bow. That's the archaic way to transliterate it. Or you might go ZTI, Zeti, Seti, a type of a bow. It'll mean Ta-Seti, which is an area in the south. This is why they put in the Hesse here. But ask any grammarian who read the Meta-Netter, you could screenshot this and make this a little clip. Ask any Egyptologist in the world if this word is Nahesi. Now I'm going to make it bigger and prove it. You see that bow? I'm going to click the bow. It should in no real universe have NHSI when I click this bow. When I click this bow, it should have ZTI. Ah, look at them. See, oh, there you have it. They told you, look. They switched it. The bow ain't there. So now we clearly see, I don't want you to trip. But everybody who know the language know what I'm saying is right. Why do we see a NHSI then? What contradict? Because they switched the glyph. Don't be fooled, bro. You got to be visceral, astute, and look at what's happening. The same glyph that I clicked on ain't here no more. But that's not what I want you to hinge on. I'm just simply showing you. We could say Zeti Hotel, right? Or we could probably say, I would never say Nahesi Hotel for this. Not even if it was going to cause me to drop out of Oxford. But that's not our scrutiny. The Nubian is at peace. The Southerner is at peace. It don't really matter. Those are your options. And in different sentences, it'll mean more or less. It doesn't mean much here because both of those could fit into there. But Nubian isn't a real thing. Right? So therefore, this is the one who dwelled in the south is at peace. You feel me? Let's go again. Here they do it again right here. So I understand what they're doing, but this should come with some sort of an explanation. If you're a novice, you're definitely going to think that this is not their, and this is what you call interpolation. They're interpreting SETI back to be a Nahesi, and then they're transliterating it as Nahes. That's fine. I understand what they're doing. But then we see the itty after that. It don't mean cloudy itty. That's just a bad... Google did that when I clicked translate. This would be like the Southerner has come. Itty, right? The Southerner has come. Nefertiti, Itty. Could be that the Southerner has come. All right? Now, this is the crazy one. 17,000 Nubians were captured. When I scrutinize this, I'll be like, man, whatever. But it say that. I mean, this is to seize. This is to seize. If I click this, it's going to say to seize, right? To hold fast, to seize. So, but the problem, it's not a problem with this attestation. It's simply that when you look into it, you say it right here. It's a rock inscription in the Old Kingdom, right? So somebody stopped and carved this on a rock, all right? Now then, so you know they might have put something else, so let's click. Dude, they don't put nothing else. And that's just way weird to me. Look, this is the whole rock. The Rear East region, the administrator from the Royal Fortune, Saubi, 17,000 Nubians were captured. So I'm like, somebody stopped and wrote that on the rock. I just have to conceptualize some of these. Whatever though, that's what it say. And we're here to see what's favorable and what's not, and when the Southerners fit in better than a people group. Now right here, let's look at the weaponization of the term Nubians that we talked about. If you're under the impression that this is a race group, then this looked like racism. See? And that's the intent. That is what it's for. See? And some people who hadn't thought this through have even come back to us with these type of arguments. Like, well, look, they captured 17,000 Nubians right here. But what if the word is Southerners? Then that's anybody of any different race, creed, or color who is in the South. It wouldn't put it to no bloodline or no tribal group in particular. Everyone in the South was not in the same tribal group. Now, crazy enough, inside the mastaba of Shashat Hotep, in a sacrificial chamber, we see the name, the Nubian. I'm gonna have to go to the Medu Neter, because I see in the Medu Neter I see hair Chessie, but they say Cheret, just whatever. Hair Chessie was a Nubian. Don't be confused by this term sacrificial chamber. I don't know nothing about nobody being sacrificed getting their name and carved into the wall in stone. So don't be misled by just how they classify some of these things. I would assume this is a person of some type of rank. When you look into this name appears amongst a list of other people of rank. All right. But they're still just a Southerner. Now these ones, it don't matter as much because they're not saying so much. The Nubian, the follower of Mary. Like, it don't matter if we switch Southerner, but when we get to attestations, certain attestations, it seemed like they weaponized it just for those attestations or for those accounts, because now, why they put Southerners all of a sudden? You see how this works? Right here, the same word, the Nubian, the Sil, or Seneb, that word. But when we come down here, same word, Nehesi. The Southerners, when they travel north, why did they put, and I want you to note this account. This Egyptologist who translated this was on point for two reasons. Whenever I find the term Nehesi in juxtaposition to the word north, it's mandated that I translate it as south, because you got the rhythm there. You got the dichotomy, you got the two, north and south. So it would be so disingenuous for this scholar who knows that it's an option for this word Nehesi to be, his options are to translate it as Negro, Nubian, or as Southerner. But when he's saying they travel north, he had to say, aha, the Southerners when they travel north, not the Negroes when they travel north. Now remember this, that it is well proven and qualified by the translation of this particular scholar who did this text. He said the Southerners when they travel north. If they would have chose another scholar to do this check, he might have relied on he might have looked over the distinction between north and south and simply said the Negroes the Nubians when they traveled north. Two different things. But remember this one, because later it's going to pop up and they're not going to do this, and you're going to ask yourself, how that happened? Right? Here's another one. Another translation of the same letter, it appears. Nehesi M. Heji is they say the Southerners when they travel north to the location of the officials. All right? And that's more interesting that they're traveling to talk to some officials or go to the location of some officials. Right? Here's a good one. Every Nubian, so this is every Nubian man, but every Nubian and every Nubian woman from Yam, of Erthet, of Wawat. Now let's slow down and show you why this Nubian is out of place here. So how are you going to say it? Every man of the South, every man and woman of the South. Because they're not talking about races, they're about to tell you the different tribes that they from. So they want you to think they're saying every Negro from Yam, every Negro from Erthet, and every Negro from Wawat. That ain't what they were saying. And they didn't even look at those people like that. They knew they had to go talk to different officials to hook up with these people. Right? At one point in time, it was one official who was over 3 of those tribes. But these people don't claim relation to these people. The people of Yam, I'm not saying claim relation. I don't got no text from them. But every time they're mentioned as people of Yam, they're people of Erthet, and it's only Egyptology who do this lumping them in together, act like the different significant tribes of Africa are insignificant and just be like the Negroes of the South. Forget any distinction between them that they, you know what I mean? Every Nubian man and woman, that's what I said this one should have said. But it says it though. Every Nubian man and woman of Wawet from Yam of Erthet. So they're just talking about all the Southerners from Wawat, Yam, and Erthet. But that's still not. It's going to start to get egregious during the time of Simroset that it seems like some of these texts was manipulated. I mean, this term was substantiated to be this way to manipulate these texts. Again, we got the same saying over and over again, so it's hella different versions of that same text. Now this says, I never let any product go to lost any acculturated foreigner or Nubian as payment for a residency property. I don't really understand that. It's kind of like, it's saying I never let any product go or lost, that part is lost, any acculturated foreigner or Nubian. Don't you want to know what type of word is acculturated foreigner? So this says on no occurrence. So in is negation. I wish I could make you see it better. Let me see. In is negation if starting it out in this way. Zep is an occurrence. When I click this, it's to say at no time, something like that. Never, see? Never is at no time. So that's the negation. No occurrence. Now we just got a capital. This looks like a lowercase d. It represents a capital D, which is giving us the DJ sound. And then we have an E after it. So this must be to mean to give. No, but if it was, this might mean to give. It might be a short hand for to give. Let's see. Yep, I knew it. Erty. See, they didn't put the R in the I. Erty means to give. Right? Look. To give. So that's how we know that means to give. So at no time did I give. See? This suffix pronoun represents me or the speaker. I. So it's at no, this is at no time did I give. Now this is Shema. You can look at this word. Oh no, this ain't Shema. This is Shem. Shem as in to go. Let me see. Shem. Now it says Shemi. It's to go, right? Yeah, okay. So now we got Ma'at. I gave. Did I give go? Did I give to go? So at no time did I go see all. I don't know. What's this word? I don't know this word. Don't even trip. It is products. Yeah, okay. Well, I'm not about to do this because this is how we get stuck. I never let any products go. At no time did I give any products. Now we see the word with the Hesse in it, but we got this before it. A person who speaks a foreign language interpreter. Or an interpreter, right? Okay. So they said acculturated foreigner. This says an interpreter or a person who speaks a foreign language. Any Nubian. So at no time did I give any products, or to any, so it's like, this ain't two though. Of. What's in gonna be? I'm tripping over here clicking what's in. 2, 4, all right, 2. It is 2. So they didn't give it 2, but that was lost. And interpreter, any Nubian interpreter. So dude said he ain't never gave no products to any Nubian interpreter. Of, what's this? Oh, this is a reward. Payment. Yep, see? So, for payment. Oh, he said he didn't never give them no products for payment. So you saying you ripped them off? All right, cool. I didn't mean to get stuck. Sometimes when I'm reading, I'll be getting stuck and wanting to see what they talk about. That ain't what we're here for. This one said, Nubians, the aged burning here. All right. Now that would imply that this seems like a people group, because just like when we find it in juxtaposition to north, we say it means southerner. So then they would be substantiated to say, well, now you find it in opposite another people group. So they would argue that, is this a people group here? But notice that they got a question mark here because it's missing. And they don't know if those words are even there. So let's read the English first. Who robs? The Nubian and the Magi retreat. There you go right there. This proves the Nubian. So where does it say that? Nehesi Mijah. They chose to put and if that's what if what they chose is qualified, you clearly see the Magi and the Nubians that they are saying is different. The Nubian and the Magi retreat. See? So how in this text is the Nubian and the Magi different? But in other texts, Magi is part of the Nubians to y'all. Because you want the Nubians to be Negroes. The Southerners and the Magi could retreat because these amongst the Southerners were insignificant, so they're called by a directional name, but the Magi always are significant. They're always, you don't be like slighting them because in no text. Because there was a powerful military force that fought for Egypt. Egypt and through the nomad roams in the mountains. So now you will look and see, that's Simro Set. So now in these texts, people who were friends of Egypt to the south will become enemies. And then we'll see some manipulation happening with these terms. This is the ones I want us to scrutinize. So right here, this letter is from who? It's a stela of a cube from Sa Hathor, right? From a cube stool. I brought turquoise, I reached Nubia. Again, I guarantee you it's not going to say, it ain't even going to say Nahesi. Look, it's right here. Taseti, right? Taseti is what he reached. He didn't reach Nubia. This don't even match up. Why all the other transliteration? Oh, well, it don't all other match up. But this land Seti of the bow, called in Egyptology Nubia, to help you get confused. Now look, I reached Nubia and the Nahesi - Nubians came bowing down for fear of the Lord of the two lands. Up here we got Taseti, so this is to reach, I reached, I have reached, I have reached Taseti. All right? So Taseti translates to the land of the bow. He was telling his people he actually reached the area where the good shooters are, where the people who know how to shoot hella good. I am in the land of the bow. He's not talking about gold. This word does not reference gold. This translated word reference gold. This is to say, I have reached the area of gold. The ancient Egyptian says literally, if I click this, it's going to say every single word I say. This is going to say I. Watch this. I. You see? I. Me, myself, my, mine. The next word is going to say, well, it's not going to say have reached because this is in the Sejm NF form. When you see this suffix here, this N, that represents the have. It gives it not really a tense. It already occurred. I have reached. Now, when I click this, it's going to say reached. Pay means to reach. To reach. Okay? So when I go back out, it literally says, I have reached. Now let's click this. Since we're in the same source, it's about to betray what you're learning. You just have to stay astute. It's still going to say Nubia, but they're going to have to say the land of the bow. Taseti, Nubia, Taseti, they are avoiding still translating what Taseti means. Because this says Taseti. How you going to tell me Taseti mean Taseti? What does Taseti mean? Taseti means the land of the bow. Now I got to go to the dictionary because they betraying it. I told you I was going to do that. Well, I don't have to do that because y'all already know that. The majority of people could corroborate that. So when he had reached Taseti, now we got Nehesiu, Southerners. See, it starts to make sense when you dismantle what they did and go over the text yourself. I had reached Taseti. The next word is Southerners. It's not a race of people. Nehesi, let's see what they translated. Nehesi, Nubians came bowing down. This would be like, man, I had reached Taseti, and I would add the Southerners. And this is come. They like came here, I guess, I don't know, upon, and this is whatever. But this ain't even one of the worst renditions. It gets worse. Because they're going to start beating these people up and stuff, and you have to ask, how should this be translated? Now notice this. What's the first word of this text? This is a Simro Set Stella. This is the one of scrutiny. This is the one where you got to pay attention. Look. What is the first word of this text? Southern. Okay. Southern. You want to go look at the Medu Neter? You're not going to see Nehesi. You're going to see Tash Reshi, I would say. Tash Reshi. Now I'm saying Reshi right here. I know this ain't Sama because I can clearly see the R at the bottom. Let me click it. Reshi, right? Reshi. What does this mean? Southern, all right? So this whole text, this is so egregious that they could do this when I could sit in my house and show you this shit. The whole text is starting off because it's about him establishing a southern boundary, okay? Which is established in the regnal year 8 under the majesty of the king of Upper and Lower Egypt, Kakaura, endowed with life forever and ever, to prevent any Nubian from crossing it in the northern direction. I hope your brain working. I asked you to remember a text earlier where the scholar was so honest when finding this term in juxtaposition to north. He clearly knew to translate it as south or southerner. But in order to make you think Simro Set was concerned with keeping Negroes, because the word, if you look up this word in the Egyptological dictionary, it translates back to Negro. So now read the sentence. This is the southern boundary established in the regnal year 8 under the majesty of the king of Upper and Lower Egypt, Kakaura, endowed with life forever and ever, to prevent any Negro from crossing into the northern direction. That's the weaponization. You couldn't pinpoint that? When it clearly say northern after here. And if I go back to our options for what to translate when we come across Nehesi, the first option is southerner. So how could you be an honest scholar? You come to a text where the first word is southern boundary. You get to a word that could be translated as either Southerner, or Negroes, and you choose Negroes. You choose the hidden Negroes called Nubians. Why did they do this? To bring forth material that promulgated their stance. It made them say, see, told you they didn't fuck with niggas either. Do I have to go back to the other text wherein you find one direction, 5 words across from another direction, and then after that you clearly see the word direction? This is to make you think, and I could prove it even more geographically. You would have to be dumb when I'm about to show you what I'm showing you to keep on people out of Egypt. This is what is taught. Now, you really got to be dumb, I said it before and I'm repeating it, to maintain that contention after you see this. All right. So I'm pulling up the Nome map, the map of the counties of ancient Egypt, right? Districts, whatever you want to call it, right? And we're in the Delta. For some reason, because this area is closer to where white people lived, people think this area was more significant, quite frankly. The area is closer to where, deeper into Africa, we're somehow misled to believe these areas were more insignificant. And actually, it was the opposite. Lower is your butt, your ass. Lower is the bottom. Upper is your head, your brain. Upper is the top. Egypt go from the top down. It starts deep into Africa and it go down. Which, from if you Eurocentric, is going up. Because everything you view is based on where Europe is. Now, first, I don't want to lose y'all, so I'm gonna bring y'all back. Endowed with life, this is the southern boundary established in the regnal year 8 to prevent any Nubian from crossing in the northern direction. Let's prove how that don't make no sense. All right. So, I want you to pay attention to the name of, is it on here? Well, I'm going to show you. All right, first, you see this number right here? This is number 1. Can I make it bigger? Oh, yeah, we're going to have to do it big because we're streaming vertical. So, look, you see number 1? Number 1 is going to take us to the legend, right? And remember, it says Upper Egypt. We at the top. We at the beginning of Egypt, right? So, number 1 is the first nome of Egypt. We see Kom Ombo, that comes from some Arabic, right? That's not an Egyptian name. We see Nubiet, right? Which could also be let us know that it's gold in that region. This is another symbol for gold here in the name Nubiet. But when we go look at number 1, it'll tell us what the greater region is called. So let's go look at the legend for Upper Egypt. All right. See? Ta Seti, the land of the bow. This is what ancient Egyptians knew. No need to substitute the shit and put Nubia to take away the reverence for the fact that the best shooters, the best warriors was in this area. No need to do that. Because when you read it in the primary language like we do now, we're not even confused. What they was thinking about was you could get shot up in this motherfucker. Don't even get it twisted. As a matter of fact, this is a veneration standard. A standard for veneration. And what you see on the top of the people who live in the areas that they call Nubia, you see a bow. Other people got a hawk. They got a shrine. He got a scepter. He got 2 hawks. That's what they was tripping off in these areas. In this area, they shoot you up, quite frankly. And so this is why from the 5th dynasty up until the end of Egypt, they would go into these areas for protection. To get who? Magi, warriors. But I don't want us to lose the point. We clear that that's time, right? Remember when we was just reading, they said, and they were substituting the word Tasseti with Nubia. Remember? So effectively, this is Nubia, the academic, part of the academic Nubia. In executing what they wanted to execute, it's going to fall all apart. But just be clear, I just showed you this Tasseti. If I go back to Tasseti right here where it says Tasseti, what is Tasseti? Nubia. So we got that clear. Now let me show you something. Let's take a trip down up the Nile, upstream. This is the first cataract around Elephantine when we first encounter rocks that will make our trek harder. We probably got to pull the boats up out the Nile and go around the cataract and put them back in. In fact, you can see some ancient Egyptian boats with these wood pillars on top that don't make no sense for sailing. And I argued they might have been the rollers. But I'm not arguing that now. I don't argue that. I would just offer that. You know what I'm saying? Now, we at the first cataract, Philae, the Temple of Philae, built by the Greeks. Right? But let's keep going. We all up out of Egypt. Even though we see in Abu Simbel, Aswan, we see Abu, right? We are out of what they call the borders of Egypt. We're venturing into Ta Kentet, the frontier land, and the outskirts of Tasseti. Tasseti didn't always just stop. It wasn't lines like that, right? Getting into the greater areas of gold. Look, we still going upstream. We a good ways away. This is just Abu. I apologize because I said Abu Simbel, I thought. This is Abu Simbel, right? Giving us Meha or whatever. But have we passed the second cataract yet? We haven't got to the second rocky obstruction that would cause us to pull our boats up out of the Nile yet. We came to Abu Simbel, beautiful. We're deep down. We in Lower Nubia. We all up, out. I'm talking about, remember this shit's supposed to mean Negroes, remember? So from they tell, we just in the hometown. Right now, clearly, we're in the middle of the Negroes, right? Buhin, right? Let's keep going. We just got to Segunda Cascada, to the second cataract, right? Now we got to pull the boat up out again. We in the heart of Wawat. This where the fighters at if we need help, ever. But we ain't in there. They in the eastern desert. We along the Nile. We cool. We got stuff set up on the west bank. It's good. Second cataract, pull the boat up out. Put the boat back up in. Blood, you didn't pass through hell of Negroes. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. We still traveling into the heart of Africa. Let me show you how stupid these people is. Amarna. Oh, I said Amarna. Amara. Right? Dang, we got to start going west on the Nile. We went east on the Nile. All these bends be long, bro. They traveling on the Nile for hella long west right here at this other bend. Third cataract. Hold on. What's going on here, bro? Hold on. Let's go back. I want to stop. See, this map is betraying you. Because we shouldn't get to the third cataract yet. I know my Egyptology, this map don't got it on here. But the point can be made. So let me show you. You see second cataract, just so you won't lose it, because I'm going to go to a different map. They don't have it noted on this map. So I'm going to say S-E-M-N-A-M-A-P, Semna map, Egypt. Well, I don't have to say Egypt, Sudan. Right? And I'm going to click images. So you can see, now this one does have Semna on there. Now remember where I showed you the second cataract, right? Now let's look. And then we're going to go back. We're checking the geography with the story of what they want you to believe. There goes Segunda Cascada, right? Second cataract. Semna. You see how much distance under the second cataract this is? This is Semna. This is Cousteau from the Cousteau incense burner. This is Belina from the Nubian pharaohs, the Belina crown that looked Roman from the almost AD time periods. This is all qualified Nubian country north of Semna. Is that, are we, I can't go too fast. Am I going too fast? No. Y'all is clear on that. This is above Semna. There goes Semna. Now let me show you how much Nubian country is above Semna. Again, this is the Cousteau incense burner. We got Belina, we got Buhin. I don't know what Tashka is, but you know Dhaka, right? We got Abu Simbel, all them in this area, all the way up to the Temple of Philae. This is Semna. Now let's go back to the text. The text is called the Semna Stela because it was erected in Semna. So it was erected right here. Let's go back to the original map. It was erected right about here. Now let me zoom out this map so you can get a picture of this. So you can see the whole Egypt, and I'm going to show you where it's erected at. See the whole lily flower? It was erected, where's that symbol about? That's Buhin? That was the second cataract. It was erected down here. You see my mouse? Down here. Now, I'm about to come in so you can see again. Remember Tasseti, what they said? This is Tasseti. They translated as Nubia, remember? Let's go down and see how far Tasseti, it ain't be nothing but what they would call Negroes in this area, all the way down to where he erected the stela. Now, why is that significant? Because read it. It's a southern boundary. So this is the southern boundary. Everything above it is part of Egypt. Listen. All you gotta do is listen. He put a sign like a stop sign. You know a stop sign? You don't cross the stop sign. When you cross the stop sign, you get hit by the cars. He erected it saying when you cross this line, this my shit, this Egypt. I just showed you how many of the Negro areas he included into Egypt. by coming way down here and saying, don't cross this line. See, y'all don't know. I got the answer to why he did that. Because the Nahesi was already, they the heart of Egypt. They the shooters. You always go to the Magi when you got beef. So you're going to go get some people around a little bit lower than that first cataract area, the land of the bow. But the threat to Simroset was a polity that they didn't know about before. That came from further south than the Nubians. If you think Nubians is Cushites, you'll never understand this. The people, you see this name way down here? That's Cush. That's who he had to worry about. Simroset. But I don't want you to focus too much on what he had to worry about. I want you to focus on how they tried to weaponize this term. And if you understand the geography of what happened, what they put forth don't make no sense. If you don't want black people in your house, you don't go get all the black people on your street and bring them into your house. You never do that. So if, as they teach it, if he wanted to keep the Nubians from crossing it, why the hell did he go so far down and include all the Nubians? Shit don't make no sense. I would never believe that. It don't make no sense. It's like you don't want roaches in your house and you go set up spray the roach spray across the street. I'm saying, who do that? You gonna spray the perimeter of your house to keep something out. So if he set his perimeter down to include all of those people, then how could you say the text he wrote was to keep those people out? It is because you weaponize this term, which could be translated more appropriately in this text as Southerner. It only makes sense translated as Southerner. And this is how I know it was this particular text, because when you go back and look through Egyptology and read when the people be saying they don't like black people, it be this text. It be Simroset text and his sons, who wasn't concerned with the color of the people's skin when he wanted to take some land. He was concerned with going further. Simroset III was concerned with going further than his father, to spreading the borders further than his father. So you cannot listen to anything I've said in a text that starts with the word Southern. You come to a word that could be translated as Southern or Negro, but since they want to keep those people out, you opt to translate it as Negro to make it seem like Egyptians wanted to keep Negroes out of Egypt. Fake. Now, if you keep reading it, it even start unraveling itself more. But truly, if you look at a map, it's completely unraveled. It's like you just put the roaches in your house, like I said. If you're going to go spray, the perimeter outside across the street, then I mean everything inside that perimeter still could come in your house. So why would you be saying you don't want Nubians in your house if you went and included all of Nubia? It is a weaponization of terms. And in religion, we lose things to translation. And in scholarship, we gain things in translation. They add shit in translation. Now, look, let's read it both ways. First, let's read it like he is racist and he want to keep the Negroes out. We gotta read it both ways. Southern boundary established in the Regnal Year 8 under His Majesty of King of Upper and Lower Egypt, Kaka'ura, endowed by life forever and ever to prevent any Negro. We just gonna be harsh with it because they translate Nubian to Negro. Must I open the dictionary? To prevent any Nubian from crossing it in a northern direction, whether by land, literally while traveling by land, whether in a ship, be it any cattle of the Nubians, any cattle of the Negroes, except the Negro who will come to trade in Akin, or who comes on a mission doing every good thing together with them. Do that make sense? Keep all the Negroes out unless one of the Negroes want to come trade in Akin. Or if one of them doing all kind of good shit. Together with them, treat them well. All of a sudden, now we not racist no more because them ones with the cows and the foxes, them cool. They trying to fit you into a European brain schemata. Ancient Egyptians didn't think like Romans and shit. This is all European translated, put on African thought. Now let's go back one time. But then it says, together with them, treat them well all of a sudden, without, of course, allowing any ship of the Negroes to pass northward of Simna forever. So you got to remember, he don't want no ship to pass right here, way down here, to keep the Negroes out. What about who lived in Buhin? What about, here goes Akin. What about Buhin? What about Abu Simbel? Now, let me make a point to prove how far he stretched the borders. Remember he said they only could cross to trade in Akin? Akin is right there. So they would have been crossing the border, entering Egypt, and trading in Egypt way down here at Akin. All of the so-called Nilotic Negroes, part of Egypt. No way around it. Now, let's keep going, because he's going to say more. And it'll be relevant. Oh, damn, what am I doing? Somehow I didn't know I could even do that. I was pressing Control Plus, and it was switching pages. Interesting. All right. So that was, and if you want to go, damn, I'm trying to make it smaller. I press Shift Plus, huh? Oh well, my commands just changed somehow. So again, if you want to investigate that text, that said, nah, that's this one. Simro said, it gotta be Simro said the first. No, Simro said the third, all right? Now, I want to be fair to this argument. Because when I mean fair to this argument about them about them weaponizing the terms, there are, and we're about to, the next text we'll look at will weigh in the favor of one who wants to say, no, look, this is a people group. But you just have to keep in mind that they wasn't fully aware of who their enemy to the south was. So what I mean is the name Cush, it enters into the ancient Egyptian lexicon at about the 12th dynasty, right around the time of Senro Setnel. They didn't even talk about it before that. And as soon as they start talking about it, it was this big ass thing. It's like the aliens coming to us right now, and you know what I'm saying? Like it was big. And so it's safe to say they possibly had not known about it because they're separated from the Cushites. What separates Cushites and Egyptians is Nubians. And we see that come up in the tale of Kamos when the Hyksos king was trying to get some Cushites to help, but the letter got intercepted by Nubians. Well, you could think it really got intercepted by Kamos himself, but that's a fanciful tale. His main soldiers was from the land of Mijah, and they would have been the ones in position to intercept anybody passing through with a letter, right, trying to get to the Cushites to help them fight against Egypt. But anyway, all right, so we not like this next one will appear more harsh, but let's talk about it. And I struck a Nubian at Kinkef, at the side of the troops of my city. He didn't just strike him, I think he smote him. But let's look at the word. Aha-in means and then I. Aha-in, you see that aha-in? This is the and then I right here. So now we got a grammatical verbal form called a sejm in F form. If what I sounds like jargon, I'm gonna type this right in Google so you can see how to research sejm in F, right? You put an S, a capital D, and an M, sejm. Then you put a dot, an N, and a dot and an F, and all type of shit will pop up on Google. Google. Sejm NF, look, SDM dot N dot F. Sejm means to hear in the ancient Egyptian language. Sejm, to hear. Sejm NF means he has heard. All right? But Sejm NF in Egyptian grammar is a verb form. If you see Sejm NF, you know the action already occurred. So when I click right here, it's going to say that. The abbreviation Sejm NF refers to a specific verb form in the Middle Egyptian language, meaning he has heard. I'm not about to keep qualifying myself, just listen. All right? So this is a Sejm NF form, but this doesn't say Sejm NF. This says, I guess this would be SEXI. How you say that? Sexy? Oh, wow. Well, let me look at the metanomer. Oh, we way over here. Yeah, no, it's SKH. Okay. So it's like sec, whatever. I ain't probably pronounce it any. It's like shekini, right? So we have to, we know that this first word is the verb. This is the verb. If I click it, this is what they're translated to strike. I struck. Remember I said the action already occurred? So it's not saying strike, it's saying struck. Because we know this verb form is Sejm NF. So let me click right here and see what it says. To hit, to smite, or to beat, right? So that's why some translations say, I smote, that he killed them in the middle of Kent Nefer. Nevertheless, what we're focusing on is this could still be a Southerner. Why could this still be a Southerner? Because they isolated this. This is just one sentence. If I click into here, his whole thing is about traveling south. You think I'm playing? Dang. Like, we only sit here and read the text corpus all day, every day. So look, it's a short story. Tell me what the story is about. What is the moral of the story? I'm going to read it. All right, look. An offering which the king gives so that Osiris, the lord of Abydos, may give an invocation offering of bread, beer, bulls, and birds, alabaster and linen, incense and oils, and every good thing, every good and pure thing to the ka of the hereditary noble and the local prince, who says what is good and repeats what is beloved. In the course of every day, the chief officer of the city, Sobek, whose good name is Jah, begotten by Itta, right? All right, let's peep. He just was bragging real quick. Well, let's peep, guy. The steward, something lady of reverence, all right? His beloved daughter, Gibu, born of his brother Didu, born of Meritus, all right? The protocol master, born of Zemet, the nurse of his heart, his favorite nurse, Ren Nefer Ankh, born of Jubu, born of Meritus. All right, they're just giving out some lineage real quick. Now watch this. Tell me, is this about him going south? Let me see. Nabet and Wet, born of Jubu. His Majesty proceeded, literally, the proceeding by His Majesty northward to smite the Asiatics. So he went north to smite the Asiatics. Now watch this. His Majesty reached, literally he reached by His Majesty, the land called Sakhem, all right? His Majesty making by His Majesty of a good start in setting out for the residence of His Majesty. Basically, he went back to Egypt. This, when they say the residence, they talking about the interior of Egypt. So they say he went up to smite, he went north, he smote the Asiatics, then he reached the land called Sakhem, then he going back home. But it says His Majesty made a good start in setting out for the residence in life, prosperity, and health. All right. So, well, this just means something about the king. We normally see you see Ankh Uja Seneb over here. So that just means to say Ankh Uja Seneb. Now look, and then Sakhem fell together with the wretched retinue. So he said he set out for the residence first, and then Sakhem fell together with the wretched retinue. So them people in the north is falling. Then watch what I say. Next, he about to go to the south. While I was acting as a rear guard of the army. So to prove that he already left, he's saying that he witnessed Sakhem and them fall while he was acting as a rear guard. It's significant that he was a rear guard. He's one of the last men on their way up out of there watching the wretched retinue fall, as it appears to me. Right? And the soldiers of the army united to fight with the Asiatics. Okay, now they fighting. And I struck the Asiatics, so they busted a U. I don't know, but maybe they didn't head out yet. I had his weapon taken by 2 soldiers without me stopping fighting. Okay. He's still getting it in with the Asiatics. I'm waiting for him to head south. My face turned against the enemy without me turning my back to the Asiatic. As Simroset lives, I have spoken the truth. Now I'm about to go south. We'll see. So this is about the expansion of the borders on some Simroset stuff. And he gave me a staff of electrum for my hands and a sheath together with a dagger adorned with electrum, and the hereditary noble, the local prince, firm of souls and quiet of steps. Ooh, that was a bar. He's firm of souls but quiet of steps. Loyal to the one who established him, whose renown the Lord of the Two Lands gave, whose love advances in his position, the great officer of the city, Da, says, now this is when he started going south. I made for myself a tomb chapel, it being beautiful, and it is placed beautiful, and its place being made excellent at the terrace of the great God, Lord of life, foremost of Abydos. He's still gonna say he goes south, but Abydos we already know is in the south. He's no longer up here talking about, but he's talking about the Lord of Abydos. He didn't say I'm in Abydos. In the district mistress of offering, and in the district mistress of life, so that I might smell the incense that come forth, and so that I might be provided with God's fragrance. I did a whole breakdown on the scent of the gods and the sweat of the gods, and we can talk about that later. The chief officer of the city, Jah, says, I was born in year 27 under his majesty of the king of Upper and Lower Egypt, Nebuchadnezzar justified. His majesty, the king of Upper and Lower Egypt, Kha'ura justified, literally ascended by his majesty of the king of Upper and Lower Egypt, Kha'ura justified as king of Upper and Lower Egypt on the throne, of course, of the living. Now, I'm simply just reading jargon right now. Like they just be bragging for a minute. But anyway, now this is what we wanted to read. His majesty caused, literally the causing by his majesty, that I do the work of fighting behind. And at the side of his majesty, together with 70 men of the residents. All right? And I was efficient at his side. His majesty caused that, man, if he don't go south, then I'm wrong. His majesty caused, literally, the causing by his majesty, that I was appointed follower of the ruler. And I was given 60 men. There we go. His majesty sailed, literally the sailing by his majesty, southward in order to overthrow the Nubians. Here we go again. Now let's be fair. I make no argument that when he goes to the north and he encounters the people and he called them the wretched retinue, I didn't make no argument that that just meant northerners. But I could tell you quite equivocally, the wretched retinue is just Levantians, if I could say that. Canaanites, people of the Levant. Not one race, either. When they want to talk about specifics, they get specific. If they say retinue, they just talking about anybody in that area. So it makes perfect sense that first he went up and was dealing with the retinue and smoked them in the north. Right? Now he coming out and to overthrow the Nubians. So let's go look. Now look, this is even worse. It gets worse every time you look at the text, if you could read it in its primary language. It only gets worse because there was a point in time where they simply had knowledge that we didn't have. So they could hook this shit up like this. Watch what happened. When I come over here, the word they're translating as Nubians ain't even the word of scrutiny we've been talking about this whole time. These people are part of Egyptian society. This is the Auntiu Nu Zeti. Zeti is the first nome of Egypt. Auntiu is bowman. Thank you. Bowman of Tasseti. So if you went to smite the Bowman of Tasseti, what is going on? You couldn't even get past them. You can't even deal with Kush yet. You got to get past the Southern Bowman. But this clearly don't say nothing you should be translating back to an English word that could translate to Negroes. Don't you see, at least if you don't know the Medu Netter, how many word positions do you see over here? 3. It says Bowman. Want me to click it? All right, let me show you something. You don't have to know the ancient Egyptian language for me to illustrate that the fix is in. You just have to be interested. Watch this. You're going to clearly see like, damn, I saw that shit with my own eyes. Look. Watch this. I'm going to show you in a way that you can digest it. Man, I hate when my phone rings. But this is New York. My God, that was business. But I ain't tripping. His Majesty calls the causing of His Majesty. Let's go. 60 men. We're going to find it. All right, look. His Majesty southward in order to overthrow the Nubians. When I click this word, it's going to be a word that ain't even in the translation. I could guarantee you, I could bet you $100,000 right now, Cash App, take the bet. You want to know why? I know, and just Uric knows, and many people who read the ancient Egyptian language knows what I'm about to see when I click this word. They might, in order to cover their tracks, amend in the second position the word Nubians, but they won't be able to. They're going to have to put Nubian Bowman. So watch this. It's going to say Bowman. Bowman. Bow people. Bow people. I told you, in parentheses, they're going to do the bullshit. Parentheses is what they're injecting. The word is Bowman. Then why ain't the word Bowman over here? Nu means belonging to. If I ever in any ancient Egyptian dictionary see this transliteration with an N, with a dot, with a W after it, and I click it and it don't say belonging to, I've been exposed. I'm a fraud. Belonging to. Where is it at? Belonging to. Where is belonging to? They don't simply have to do that. It would be cool if they did, because there's no reason to do it otherwise. It's only reason to do it otherwise is to make you think the Nubians is a people group that they could even overthrow. See? They've been fooling y'all. They've been tricking y'all to make y'all hate us. You've been had. I know the truth. If I click this word on any continent, in any language on this earth today, if they're telling me this is the ancient Egyptian language, and I click a Z, a T, and an I, and it doesn't have a bow, it is not a bow, I've been exposed. You already got Bowman of the bow. This is going to say Bowman of Tasseti. Bowman of Tasseti. Bowman of, see, they put Nubia. That's the trick. This is a bow that says Tasseti. Okay? Anyone who read and take this to any Egyptologist, they're going to qualify this. So you can see with your own eyes right here They didn't say he was going southward to smite Bowman of Tassetti. They just took a word that they translate back to Negroes and tell you he's going to the south to kill Negroes. Let's look at the pictures. This says I own to you, right? But it really, when I click the word, the TU might fall off. Watch this. It didn't. But this is still your Bo people, but it's related to a word, on. If you remember when she came to Job in a Leroux of whatever the French Egyptologist was, said there were some people of the Anu. It was a mistranslation of this. And these were supposed to be the first Egyptians. This is a whole show, huh? No, the TU is because they was talking about people related to that. So now he struck a Nubian, remember? Nahesi could translate as southerner, remember? They went north and they struck the retinue. Now he went south and he's striking a Negro. Nope. He really didn't look at all Nahesi wasn't the same people. He just said he smoked one at Kent Kef at the side of his troops of his city. Then I sailed north again, because he already went north first, with 6 men of his residents, so he must have lost one, because he had 7 men at first. Anyway, with 6 men of the residents. And he appointed me as the supervisor of the courtiers. I was given 100 men in reward. So now he a general over 100 men, or what have you. We see how they weaponized that term there to make you think he was going south to kill some Negroes. Have I not shown you in a dictionary yet that Nubian translate to Negro? Oh, is that the part I skipped? Maybe you haven't seen that part. I gotta show you that part. When I show you that part, you can be like, oh, I see what he's saying. They trying to make it look like they killing the Negroes. When only they had beef with a southern polity called Kush. So let me go to E.A. Wallace, L-L-I-S-B-U-D-G-E. Why am I going to E.A. Wallace Buzz? Well, a lot of this work was done when he had one of the leading dictionaries. A lot of the racist Egyptological work people pull out be from old books and stuff. Oh, let me see. And believe it or not, it seems like Egyptology was more proficient in earlier times. Let me see if I can find a word in here. Negro. You see, I already searched that a long time ago. So for some strange reason, the word Negro is even in an ancient Egyptian dictionary. Just fathom that. Just fathom that right there. Like, how could the word Negro be in an ancient Egyptian dictionary? Now, see, Nuhes, leave out his vowels because he messed up the vowels. You see an N, a H, and a S. Let me come back here. NHS, see? So he's telling you, when you see NHS, what should you say? Negro. So now you've seen it. So now you may you grow beyond the knee, my young one. May you reach my belt. I can show you again the exploitation of this right here. Let's see. Right here. And one, they got a funny one. The word negress is in this book. What the hell is a negress? A female Negro, bruh. Hey, where your negress at?
Oh boy, these people used to be funny. So you see Nahesi, he ain't spelling, he ain't transliterating it right. You see the bird, the twisted flax, the folded thing that's a S and a I, Nahesi or Y, right? He gonna tell you what new Nahesi is. Sudani or Negro. He of the Sudan is more appropriate, though. I gotta be real. He got he of the Sudan because you can say Sudani, you don't necessarily need to be saying that they are of the Sudani race. They are just of the Sudan, but necessary. But you see Negro. So when we see Nahesi, so let's go back. Then I struck a Nahesi. Then I struck a Negro. That's all weaponization. And please understand the option you have. When you click this word, the first thing you should go to is the first thing in the dictionary. Southerner. Golly. Now, do we see the same juxtaposition? Didn't he go to the north first? But you don't even want, and strike a northerner. Now he in the south striking the southerner. And we don't want it to be. We want him to be striking a Negro. Well, you can see this over and over again as I expose the weaponization of the term Nubia. Now you'll notice something. And I want you to notice this if you had not noticed it. Only time period that really spoke negatively of Southerners was in this 12th dynasty period. Well, I haven't got out of the 12th dynasty yet. So you got to remember the first ones, well, the second attestation to Nubians said 17,000 Southerners captured. So we're supposed to think that 17,000 Negroes captured. And that happened in the, about the second dynasty. That was kind of negative, but everything else wasn't. Now listen to this. Simro Set, watch this. What he says. For the Nubian, again, they want you to think this is what he thought about Negroes. For the Nubian listens to what has fallen out of the mouth, literally to what has fallen out of the mouth, i.e., i.e. reacts to the slightest utterance. Okay? So they would have us believe that he's talking some racist shit right here. Instead of simply pumping up his army and his people to not be scared of this southern contingency that he now has to deal with. The southern contingency that he had to deal with was not Nubians. No. The kingdom of Kush occurs in the 12th dynasty, and this is why they'd be like, oh, don't even pass this line if you that far in the south. This is going to be on. He included I think he included all of the Nahesi, the extra areas of Nehes, Tanaseti, and Egypt as a buffer, because if the Kushites start coming up, first they got to deal with the Nahesi, and they start building fortresses down there and letting the Nahesi man the fortresses. Like, this is easy. But I've been talking for a good 2 hours. I'm going to open up the chat in a minute. Let's, hopefully we can get a good show popping. Shout out to any new people on this channel. This is all we do. I want to build up my channel, and I'm starting to think that this information would be more useful for some white people than it is for some brothers, because we know this shit. If you've been taught that all that stuff that Nick Fuentes be talking about stuff about Africans, please have a seat, join in. It says, for the Nubians listening to, all right, there we go. This is still Simros at the third. Nubians arrived in the year 3 of Peret period on the 7th day. So you would probably know if they arrived, this is a letter from Thebes. If they arrived and he just said they can't arrive, right, then this probably is out of the time period. of Simroset, but let's look and see. See, Amenemhet III. So let's think about it. After Simroset III, we got textual accounts of Southerners, because I'm not switching up. This is not a people group yet. There will be later in history, because we're only at about a minute ahead. We're still in the 12th dynasty. Later in history, it'll be a stronger argument that this word, Nehesi, actually indicates a particular people. But at this time, it's simply still Southerners arriving to trade right after Simroset. Now we got 6 other Nubians reaching the fortress, the stronghold of Kaka-Ura, to trade like this, right? So this is a different dispatch, right? It's given from everyday life in ancient Egypt. I will not die by Nubians. Now, from looking at the Medunetta, this word moot, I die belonging to Nubians. I die by Nubians. That's why they said by Nubians. But Nubian, are you saying Nubians are the cause of your death? Oh, yeah, this is the magical papyri, Middle Kingdom Ramses. Oh yeah, this is okay. So they casting, I remember this text, I think they start casting, no, they ain't casting spells this early. Let me see what this is. I don't remember this. But he was, well, to say, the lively one before the robbers, yep, okay. Satisfied with food, the beautiful to feel with satisfaction, the affected man on the New Year's Day, I will not die by Nubians, I will not die by fever. Ha ha ha! See how that happened? Now let's do this over. What if this was still Negroes? You over here saying a prayer that you don't get got by them Negroes, huh? I will not die by Nubians, I will not die by fever. The bad, literally the red, cannot affect me. Summon cause, damage spells. So he's casting a spell so that he don't get killed by some Nubians. Crazy. So, see what I mean? And it's not Nubians, let's be fair. He was casting a spell that he don't get killed by no Southerners, which is synonymous because I told you the threat of Kush was just becoming a new thing to them in the 12th dynasty. So now he casting spells that he don't get popped by a Southerner. Now here's something else. Seems good. I will not die by Nubians, but this is the answer to this letter was given in a letter that was sent to him concerning the Nubians. Now let's see if they still talk about Southerners. Concerning the Southerners when they arrived at the fortress named Strong Kaka-Ura. Yep, they definitely still talking about Southerners. Look, so this is these are some other dispatches. It says letters from Thebes, but I don't think that these Southerners arrived at Thebes. I think this fortress named Strong is Kaka-Ura is one of the fortresses they built down in Buhin. It might be Buhin. If I'm wrong with that, I'll need somebody to help. Nubians are, we don't get no context, right? Stealing of Stella Kamos, we don't get, you Nubians, we don't get no context. No context. A great man is an Avaris. So this is Kamos, Stella. We're up to about 17th dynasty-ish, right? He says, a great man is in Avaris. Another is in Cush. I sit tied together, literally united with the Asiatic and the Nubian. Now check this out. He say clearly here, he's talking about Avaris, which to him, Kamos at this time period was the land of the Asians. That's what he called it, even though this was the Delta Egypt. And he called Kush, he just called it Kush in the text. But at another point in this text, he calls Avaris the land of the Asians, right? So we got the Asians, we got the Cushites. But then look what he said. I sit here united together with an Asian and a Nubian. See, this is how people get confused. You start to think Cushites is Nubians. Because if you take this Asiatic and make it match up with a Varus, and you take this Cush and match it up with the Nubian, and you believe the white people who told you that Nubians was Negroes, then that's what you think he's saying. But he's simply saying a Southerner, again a Southerner. Because he says a great man was in Avaris, another was in Cush. I sit idle together with the Asiatic and the Southerner, which is the man in Cush. If you want to argue against that, then how do we substantiate it? He said Nahesi, A'amu Nahesi. So I would accept arguments against this. I just would like to see how you qualify it. You say, no, he is talking about he with a Nubian. He knew the difference between a Cushite and a Nubian, which would be my rebuttal. Clearly, he would know the difference between those darker hued people who lived on the border around Tarseti and those who lived further down who didn't have such dark skin, the Cushites. But this still could be translated with Southerner. I saw birds eating something, and then it's blank, and then it says a Nubian. I'm not going through no more of these pages. Not the whole 7 pages, because I'm at 2 hours into the video already. And we got some context that indeed, we learned one thing, that anytime we see the word Nubian, it could be translated as Southerner. And in those weaponized texts where ancient Egyptians seem to show some harsh or sentiment towards Nubians, it would be wise to ask yourself if this same translation would work if the word was translated as as Southerner. Now, I showed you instances where the translation works better translated as Southerner. But that's not all occurrences. And this says, he has struck down the prince, which is a position in the officialdom. Which would now, how are you going to be the prince of the Southerners? See, it started to mean more like they was under some type of, this still don't mean it's a race, but I'm trying to show you as it develops, you're going to start to see it start to be looked at more like a group later in history. Because this is the first time you hear of a prince of any Southerners. I wouldn't translate this one as Southerners. I would have put Nubians, I would have put Nahesi, right? Nahesi. And why would I have said that? Because this word is tainted. The word they said was Nahesi, and this indicates one from the south in a general area anyway. So if at this time period they had a prince, I can understand that because I understand Hersiotef is a king that you don't know about because they don't teach us about him, because he was a late kingdom king, a literal king of Tarseti, not Tarseti, of Ta-Nehesi. He had a crown, he had borders, and he had a crown, borders, and I think he had an omen from Amen to his kingship. So that's just something to note. Let me open up the Zoom so I don't have to talk no more. I'm still talking, but you know. Shout out to anybody watching the video. Just your first time tapping in. What was Cush speaking or writing at the time in the 12th dynasty? We don't have any writings from Cush at the time of the 12th dynasty. We have writings from Egypt that mention Cush in the 12th dynasty. Right? It'd be like the same Cush that they mentioned in the Bible too. It's funny, right? But see, at the time periods when a lot of that Bible was being written, Taharka them was ruling Egypt. So when was the Babylonian exile? When were the Kahim in captivity? About 590-ish? Yeah. And they would possibly be like, you feel me? Well, y'all can correct me when I say something wrong. They would have possibly been knowing history to where Cushites have took over Egypt and was running it more like fundamentalists, because Egypt has started getting on this willy-nilly shit, and the Cushites said, forget that, let's take over. And they came up and took over, but when people start writing the Bible, you can see that Cush was a big central power to the event, all the way so to when Hezekiah was getting ran up on by the Assyrian Sennacherib. They wrote a verse in the Bible to call on the king Taharka of Egypt, but Sennacherib was like, you calling on the king of Egypt? The Cushites can't help you. That's what he said. He was like, you calling on the king of Egypt? The Cushites can't help you. Why did they see it that way? Because in their time period, they was coming right after the time period when the Cushites was ruling Egypt. So if you write a story 100 years after, 50 years, whatever, however many years after the Cushites was ruling Egypt, they might still be remnants of that in your story. Let me share this link, man. Anybody want to build in the Zoom, click the link. This is the part of the show where we let the brothers take over and build and teach. I'm going to stop having to tell people when they leaking and just let them leak. Because if you tell somebody their theory wrong, they get all mad at you and shit and want to act like you enemies now. Because you told them that ain't it. Where they do that at? You're supposed to be able to take criticism as people won't offer you it. And then
as far as the
publish stuff and you got hella mistakes that people could have helped you with.
as far as
You feel me? You would have been like, why nobody didn't tell me that? It's because of the way you respond when people try to help you and offer you it. It's funny because in my head I don't sound hella nasal. Then I just heard my voice on the thing. I'd be like, God damn. If I can't read the metadata, how can I trust the TLA? Those scholars are, you can trust them. You just won't be qualified to pick through some of these nuances I'm picking through, to comb through some of these nuances. But I'm not saying that you can't trust the TLA. 90% of their translations, I stand on the way that they are presented. Like 90% of their translations, I don't even be having a problem with. But you gotta understand, they use a team. They use teams of different translators from different universities. So one dude might just be inclined to translate one thing in one direction. Normally, I've never seen I probably have, but I can't say I witnessed 100% foul play. You feel me? Like they be meddling with shit and switching shit and mingling with shit. But I would be dishonest if I said I found a complete forgery. Like from top to bottom, it was all fake. And it was all a lie. No, they just be taking one word and flipping it and making it mean something else. But right now, I thought I shared the link and pinned it. If anybody, I know if you're watching on your phone, you can't click the link. But if you want to participate with the video, go to a computer real quick. Click the link and chime in. I don't know no other way I could do it. All right? And I appreciate that. Time for a little break. I've been bumping my guns for a minute, man. We're going to throw on some slap real quick. This is a variety show, you know what I mean? Let me see. A variety show. Play a blapper. If somebody hit the link though, we're gonna keep it popping. Alright. I'll go deeper into my catalog. Dang, what if I went there? I got the Jake One album, The Return of the Backpack, boy. That used to slap. I don't want to do nothing though. I mean, hit the link. If we get some popping, I'm gonna keep it going. If not, so in looking over these terms, we did just learn just a little bit, at least a little bit of evidence that there could be something there to what I'm saying about how they weaponize these things. I hope you've seen that. I hope you will be astute to notice when people separate blackness out of Egypt by using the term Nubian. I can show you it in action. And let me show you it in action. This is a blatant violation of ancient Egyptian history, and this is all a European fascination, what I'm about to show you. All I'm gonna do is type the name of I'm gonna type the name of one of the most prominent black, right? I never seen this video. I'm pretty much willing to, I like betting fake money on YouTube. I could put $1 million fake dollars that when I click this video, when they start to talk about Mai Hepri, they're gonna call him a Nubian. I'm not gonna do it though. Now look, that is the title of this video.
In the Valley of the Kings, among pharaohs and gods, lies the tomb of a man history tried to forget. Myherpra, lion of the battlefield. A black-skinned noble, buried like royalty, but never crowned. He served as fan-bearer to the king, a title of immense trust, yet no one knows where he came from. Was he a warrior, a prince, or a hidden heir with Nubian blood in a royal court? His tomb held gold, scrolls of the dead, and silence.
Nubian blood. See? Ain't no such thing as Nubian blood. Like, what's that? Like, really? I mean, maybe now it is. See, people adopted these terms, too. And the Mahasi and certain people, that's still cognate with Nahesi. But now you can talk to people in the Africa that say, yeah, we Nubian. Fine, I understand. We get things made up, and then we say, okay, that's us. But in ancient times, that's just all a fabrication. And you can clearly see most every time they mention Mai Hepri, one of the first things they'll tell you is that he's a Nubian. Look, Mai Hepri, the Nubian, buried in the Valley of the Kings. There's no information.
Loret immediately began. My story begins with this gentleman, Victor Loret, a student of Gaston Maspero. In 1881, when he was 22.
Okay, we got somebody coming in. Thanks for hitting the link. Let's see what's going on. What's up? Who is this? What's up with you? I don't want to get bombed, so I'm going to pull it down for a minute. What's up with the dog? I'll wait for your mic to connect. Is your microphone connected?
You can hear me?
Yes, sir. What's up?
Oh, not much. I was just, well, because I'm right now enjoying my spa tub right now, so I can't really look to see where, how far is the word nub away from the word N-E-G-G-U-R in the dictionary?
Oh, okay, so what was the second word?
N-E-G-G-U-R.
In ancient Egyptian dictionary?
Correct.
That's only going to be, you got that, I mean, I don't know, I remember hearing Sarasut Seti use E.A. Wallace Budge kind of incorrectly and made us think that that was kind of like close to a NGR word that comes from English. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's just all folk etymology and kind of like misnomer. You see what I'm saying? And it's not based on SETI. You can find that word in Budge's book. But E.A. Wallace Bud took liberties to add vowels, the vowels that he just chose on his own and didn't even show us how he chose them because the ancient Egyptians never really put the vowels there. So to be fair, if I want to, I'm going to share, like you see, I got the text corpus open here. I'm going to take those same consonants. I don't know if you're seeing it because I didn't share it in the Zoom. Let me share it in the Zoom. I'm going to take those same consonants and pop them into a text corpus and see what words do they render. And the transliteration would be NGR, and there's no capital N in this translated, no capital G or no capital R. So if a term was here, it would appear like this. And in this text corpus, they're not giving me one, but I know maybe that's because the root might just be NG. And I'm going to look up an NG word that might lead.
So
back
let
to
me ask you, because you're so well knowledgeable in how far, because they say the way that they do dictionaries is that the closer the word is to another word, that means it's in the same family. So that's what I'm getting at, is the fact that being that it can mean golden goose egg of the sun, and Nub being gold, the same color as the sun, we have, because a lot of the times things are mystical in their, they're showing us a connection still, but they just don't come right out and say it.
Yeah, you're right, and that is true in alphabetical systems. Alpha, beta, gamma, like in the Greek ordering of words. You see what I mean? That they would group words, and they start to do that in their manuals, in their dictionaries of Egyptian words. They'll group them the way in alphabetical order, but that's defying what the ancient Egyptian would have done. You know what I mean? They wouldn't have grouped them that way because that they didn't think alphabetical, and so it's kind of weird to try to answer a question of how the proximity of words inside of European dictionaries to say that would mean that this word, not to the ancient Egyptian, that still would not mean that that word was part of that word group. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah.
So then you would say that could still be considered then related to Nub because of the fact that it's going off of a more esoterical way of thinking.
Well, I have no reason to say that the NGR consonants or the NG consonants are related to Nub simply because they both share a N in the first position. You see what I'm saying? I would have to have.
I'm talking about where it is actually tied to the cosmic egg and the sun. The NEGGUR is actually with the gaggle. The cackle is actually being tied to the sun, and the sun is golden.
This may be something. Maybe it's something I'm unfamiliar with. Brother Patah, are you able to give him more on that subject? And peace to you.
Peace. Can I be heard?
Yep.
All right. NG, well, like you were saying, in an alphabetical, but in Metal Nature, there is there are vowels spoken, I'm sure, but we don't know how the words were pronounced. And so we use they had consonants. I do know in Ethiopia, in the Ge'ez language, but he is saying NGGER, which
that's going to be the goose and the cackle, if I'm saying it right.
Yeah, can you pull up the goose and
wait. Well, you got a goose that's NGG
to see what they use?
Oh, because
they did have geese or some form of.
And they always taught us in school the goose lays the golden eggs. So
Oh, I see where you're going with that.
You see what I'm right?
Yeah. And you know what? Menes had the golden touch, and Nub and the gold. Yeah.
Do y'all see this dictionary here?
Yes, sir.
So am I wrong at probing NGG to start with? Is that
No,
are we
you're
along
correct.
the lines of that?
Yes, sir.
So look, we have come across NGG is to cackle, to scream, or to screech, right?
He's
but
right
look,
on
here's
point.
your NGG with the bird
Goose.
that you were talking
Yep.
about, and that is simply in a determinative position to let us know the word is somehow related
about a
to that
bird.
bird. So when they
Cackler.
say cackler, they're basically saying you would use NGG to say cackler. Now here's a great one. This probably is one of the errors here. NGG, this W, if it wasn't doubled, it'll just be a U. And I do remember you saying you. Did you say you are earlier?
Yeah, that's how Bunch in his dictionary has the UR instead of the WR.
Well, there you have it. So that's because he's using a different transliteration system. So that would mean this is possibly the one you're looking for. Now, if we look in, I think this dictionary is far more qualified than Budge, right? This is Adolph Armand's vertible that they use, and I would depend on this more than I would on Budge. Now, we know a little bit about the language. We know the term means great,
Yep.
right? But in Budge's definition, what did he say it meant?
Sir.
Are you there, brother?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Oh, okay. Well, we can corroborate that they have great here, and we know from our understanding that a bird can give you great. I am not familiar with NGG, but up here they say NGG means to cackle. So if they say it means a big cackle, the only thing that we have left to us is to go over these texts to see if that makes sense in the attestations where they say it means a big cackle. Like, I guarded the egg of the great cackling. Yeah.
Right.
No, they probably saying I guarded the egg of the big cackler, or that big old goose that cackles, whatever. I mean,
Right.
But one thing that we have is an egg, which would go with a cackler. You see what I mean?
Right.
If the cackler was a goose, then the egg lets us know they ain't just completely making things up here.
Mother Goose.
Exactly, we got
Right,
an egg
right.
and a cackler, so that might mean that this attestation would lead. We would put this in the category that of yes, it could possibly mean cackler. The next one
Right.
says, "I am the egg that belongs to." Yeah, that's the same one. Guarded that egg, so they might be hella repeat text. Guarded the egg of the great cackler. That's all it is, an egg and a cackler. So that is how I can see how they determine what it is. They keep finding it find it
slang.
associated with eggs, and the determinative of it has a goose.
Yeah.
You see what I
and
mean?
Also,
Right.
it's poetic, and it looked like it was a literary text, but it's poetic, and it looked like it had something
Right.
about death too.
The golden egg. Well, and so that therefore.
But no, we
So-
haven't seen gold yet, though.
Okay. Well,
No,
in Budges, he defines it as cosmic egg or I believe it was the sun in his dictionary.
Well, I don't
I'm
know,
remembering
because
correctly.
what I'm seeing here, all I'm getting, if we're looking at.
there it go. They had Horace
Oh,
on
look at
there.
one with an egg. Hold on, let's see what it says. It's still the great chatterer's egg. All right, so now we got the egg in the chat, but we don't got gold yet. You feel me?
Right.
I would like to see one of these primary attestations that links it to gold that will qualify whatever your thesis is, or whatever your inquiry is about the gold in the egg. I hadn't seen it. Now there's another inquiry where you could do. I would recommend, if you're starting to deal with the TLA, they have a type of it's colloquial or whatever. Collocation, a collocation search. So let me show you. If I click right here, you come to the bottom. It say search for lemma collocation, lemma whatever collocation. The lemma is simply the digits that represent the ancient Egyptian word. Let me show you. If I take the word, we know Kemet is going to have a limna, right? I'm going to put KM in order to receive the limna. I'm going to click it and it'll give me the limna. Now, when I click the word KM, it say limna ID. So this is what you want. You take the limna of any word that you want to find out if it's close to another word and put them in the co-location chart. It'll go through all the ancient Egyptian texts and find if there's any text with the word egg or gold next to the word about the cackler or whatever.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, and that, you know.
Well, then, is there any, because, see, I tend not to get, I try to look at the, because a lot of the times they don't say what they mean by, using poetic licenses. So I tend to like not always look at no exact, because we're expecting in today's time that I don't think these people actually thought about the language and had all these rules like we thinking they had, because
Yeah, you're right.
they really didn't have that kind of time to or care about.
No, you're right. Grammar rules are natural. We just do them naturally, and then someone comes behind us and figures them out and classifies them. But this is why Africans mess up European languages to the European, because we speak it naturally, and naturally to us, we can say, "I be chilling." You could say that naturally, it'll come out your mouth, but you know that's breaking English, and then you don't want to do it. But then if you go to the ancient Egyptian or African languages, they will state it in that way that defines the king's language. I can show you ancient Egyptian texts where they say, "I be cool," or I exist in the state of this. But the way they say "I exist in the state of this" is literally they be like, "I be."
Right.
I be mad. But that's bad. So the grammar is natural. We come behind languages and then we decode them. So you're right. They didn't sit around with all them doing it like that. It happened natural. We came years after and figured it out with grammar.
I think I found something.
Mm-hmm.
So, man,
You want to share
AI,
your screen?
Do this for me. No, I don't want to. I found it on my phone. Well, I guess I can. Hold on a second. Yeah, keep on talking. Let me.
All right. Well, I just came across a funny ancient Egyptian word, Kim hair, black faced.
What I'm interested in, if you could figure out if Nubia is anywhere related to gold. Well, I mean the sun per se, because we know automatically today we associate gold with the sun, because. So I'm saying they would obviously have. We wouldn't have been the first one to think that.
Well, I would point you to these people called the Sun people, who were, in one text, they are found amongst a list of Nubians. I can pull them up right now because it'll be harder for you to find it. If I remember the name, it is HNN, or is it HMMT? I think it's HMMT. They are called the Sun people. And now you can find talk about the Sun people all throughout different times of Egypt, but at one time they are actually humans who walking on the earth. And some
are they associated with the Nubians though?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The text. Okay. Well, I don't want to say. I can't say that authoritatively. What I can say is that the text lists them. And while they're listing off some Nubians, or people from the south, I should say.
Okay.
But now I'm about to just cheat, and I'm gonna go down and put Sun people in the translation.
Hey, I trust you, man. You good? So I trust your analysis,
that.
Man.
Smash. I'm ready whenever you are, but you gotta.
Because even if you're wrong, you'll correct yourself. So
yeah,
most people won't do that.
Yeah, I don't mind being wrong, and the easiest way to get out of error is to hurry up and correct it. You feel me? If you let it drag out for a minute, somebody gonna get you. You know what I mean? So I'll be like, "Oh, I'm wrong. It's this. This is what I mean." But I'm trying to find a dictionary written real quick, Patah.
No, I'm saying if you allow me to screen share when you get a chance.
Yes, just one moment. What I want to do is try to find this word for sun people in the dictionary. Then we can look it up, a text where it's close to the other Nubians to see if they're associated.
I think that was on, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. You're right. But look, when I put it in the dictionary, I was correct. I left out an M. Y'all see it? No, I left out the N. But y'all see, first of all, everybody
Yep.
can see that this dictionary has citizens called sun people, right?
Right.
But then they do this and they try to trick you. This is a lie, trust me. The sun folk of Heliopolis is a complete lie. You want me to prove it? Watch this. They be trying to trick us. Look,
Heliopolis didn't.
Helios is a Greek god for the sun. He's not an Egyptian god for the sun. So why
Right.
would the Hemonet be the sun folk of Heliopolis when they never called it by a Greek name? The ancient Egyptian name of Heliopolis has nothing to do with the sun. See what I mean? So if you could trick us and say they the sun folk of Heliopolis, if you make us think that Helios is the sun. But they was on Ra. They was not on no Helios. And they were, in the ancient Egyptian name for Heliopolis is An.
And it would have been, like I said, Ra.
So it would make no
would've been
sense to be
folk
the
of
sun
Ra.
folk of An. An ain't even about the sun.
And well, I think that also they attested because at that time the Greeks were in charge.
So now that we found the term, we'll go back to the text corpus and see if we can pull up that text where these people are associated with Nubians, and maybe that'll give you some, a lead. See, it's funny because when I came in here, it still denied me. But when I come back to the dictionary, I need to look at.
I think An is close to.
Look at
Tanseti.
An and see if I'm wrong. See, it's An. See, it's the ancient name of Heliopolis, An. Dang, man. I closed the dictionary. I'm tripping. All right, so this word doesn't have any punctuation in it. I mean, it don't got no dot or nothing, so I don't know why they're not accepting it in the text corpus. Maybe I should drop an M or something, because I'm gonna just drop one M and see if it pops up. Nope. So if I can't find it in here, maybe take off the capital H. If I can't find it in here, I won't be able to lead you to a text.
I think you're right, Smash.
About what?
That was the ancient. That was An.
What you thought? It was on, right?
I'm gonna share when you.
So On don't got nothing to do with the sun. So how could you say the sun people? That was the sun people of Heliopolis.
And check this out. They spell it.
Oh, I know what's happening.
It looks like an L, but I think it's IUNU, and then they say or EUNU.
Mm-hmm.
UNU.
And those
that's
is where that's really where the unto you Bowman is from.
Right.
But yeah, they be trying.
Tanseti.
Yeah. Dang, I can't find this term no matter how I search it.
And they say Lunu or Unu, a name meaning the pillars. So they started pushing us towards that those were pillars instead of quivers.
Yeah, I know. I think they are. I mean, not a lot of my peers agree with me that they are quivers, but they got to tell me how are pillars associated with a bow.
Right.
I know how quivers are.
Yeah. And then, this is exactly what AI says. The ancient Egyptian name for Heliopolis was Lunu or Unu, a name meaning the pillars and referring to the obelisks that were once prominent there. The name Heliopolis itself is Greek, translating to city of the sun, reflecting the city's importance as the chief cult center for the sun rock, for the sun
I can't
god
find the
Ra.
sun people in the TLA. But the word sun shouldn't be in here much. So maybe I'm going to search the English word sun. It shouldn't be in there in many other places. So we're going to find them that way.
Could you do sun people together?
Nah, if I put people... Oh, look at this. What this say? Look at the screen. What it say?
Hold on, let me move my screen.
Fire everyone?
I ain't even found this one. I just found this live, bruh. Oh my God. You see what it say?
Yeah.
Black man, the sun god.
The black man. Hold on. This
And
is
it
a
says
different the
Nunu.
black man that I never.
Hey, but that was the
That's
same. That
Tassetti.
was,
That's you.
No, this is on to you. This is exactly what we
yeah.
talking about.
That's what you was looking up earlier.
Bruh, how this be happening? Hold on.
It's all coming together. 'Cause
I'm
it's-
asking, I'm gonna make it big so the people on YouTube can see. Watch
Yeah,
this.
I've been on this.
This
for the
is
last couple
look.
weeks.
So do y'all see what that's saying?
Right.
So let me slow down some
know
because
it's set.
the reason why I'm tripping off this, I know about Asar the black man, but this somebody else. Look at this
That's
name.
sad.
I win
That's-
this. I win to you. So let's slow down. Now this is making perfect sense. They said that the Aunti. Remember, I said there is this people called the Sun people, right? And they're from Anu. They're not from Heliopolis. Now look at the name of this dude.
He's a bowman.
So it looked like it says Jwin, but people got to know what's happening here. This W turns into a U. This W turns to a U. The J turns into a Y or an I. So this is all I'm saying. Awenu right here. But this is still associated with An. But how did we just come? No, I never seen this the black man one before though.
That's Ayun to you. That's the black. Those black bowmen.
But let me
Black
break
Bolt.
this down though. It says sun god, right? And we was just probing whether the sun people had something to do with Nubians. But
Right.
they saying the sun god is the black man.
The black man is what?
I mean, it's said in the ancient Egyptian text corpus,
Hey,
bro.
hey, you gonna make me turn into a 5%er?
You feel me? The black man is sun god. But hold on though. Let me just take the word sun out of this and tell me what this say.
All day.
The black man
Black
god.
man God. Yeah.
You feel me?
Oh, I'm gonna take liberty and put is in there.
Huh?
Or the
Yeah.
black. Oh, okay. The black man's God. Okay.
Yeah, this is the black man sun god. But let's go back and see something. Do they got attestations for it? Like, could we read it in context? Let me
that
see.
would be. Yeah, that would be wonderful.
Now I saw
Oh.
egg down there. If you go back down, I
I'm
saw
gonna go
egg.
down. But this one don't got no it don't got no attestation. So I'm gonna look this up
Oh,
later. Now this,
22
why they
census.
put the colorful one here is because this word awin also means color. Right?
And you know we called ourselves colored, right?
Oh, but they saying colorful, the sun god. They got the black man there. I love them for that. Let's keep going. Who is in the sun disc? This is Amen. Okay, who is in the sun disc? Then you said you seen an egg down here, huh? Oh,
Yeah.
this
Yeah,
one.
there it go.
Right
Who
there.
is- so now, but look at the name of this. This is Emmy. Or if you look at the metadata, it's Emmy Shutef. So that ain't really cognitive with what we looking for. But this,
Okay.
if you want to learn about the God who is in the egg, you can read over these 13 attestations. You feel me? Those who are in joy, those who are in the state of exalt, the hiding
He's in
one.
the egg. That's what's in the. You know what fertilizes the egg, right?
Who is in the
Oh,
egg?
they
But
put
this
that
say
thing
sun
down.
God too, though. Hold up.
Right.
It's the same thing. That's the.
So we
Come
should
on,
look
man.
over the, so we got the sun god up here who is the black man, the colorful one.
Right.
And look, I always said, and they was trying to twist me and say that Noon, the immortal, the primordial, they said that's feminine, that's male. I said, nah, that's got to be feminine because APEP, I'm looking at that as the male, that movement, and right here it's talking about the black, the is in the egg, and that's the sperm. I'm trying to get that's the sperm in the egg, bro.
No, we gonna go see, but I don't know if they was all the way
See?
up on that yet.
That's why I say I don't have to learn meta nature
And look,
because
read
I
it, it's
already
telling
think
you right
esoterically, and I led you to a good word.
Oh, you sure did, and we got. I be joking about Negro intuition, but that is really a powerful thing,
It's-
bro.
it's-
Like,
we
you
tapped
feel
in,
me?
bro.
I got my jokes about it, but we survived off that for years because we couldn't
Facts.
even get
It's
books
in
and
the
shit at
DNA.
first.
that's the well. I ain't gonna go too far with the esoteric. You know, we're gonna talk about genetics and akashic. But there it is, right
Yeah,
there.
you don't have to say nothing about nothing akashic over here.
There it is, right there in the text course.
What's up, Smash?
What's up? Wow.
We found it.
What did we find? I don't think we're finished. You forgot what we was looking for.
Oh, can I make a statement on the term cackler?
Yeah.
When you look into the papyrus of Anu, you see that term when he's in the Duat. And I think it's referring to one of the deities that they're talking about in the actual text.
The great cackler, yeah.
I don't know if it's a moon or a star. What?
So we got to remember, the word I searched here was sun, and I'm eventually trying to come across attestations for the sun people. But just by searching the word sun, I came across a different black man attestation where the black man was the sun god. The reason why I'm happy, because we know Kimmy is the black man, but he ain't the sun god. So look, Men gets called the black man, and he's all black. Osiris made him black by putting the substance of Osiris, which is bitumen, onto the god Men, and we got a story so that's how he became black. Now, I didn't know nothing about no sun god. Now, let's be clear. What sun gods do we know from Kemet? Do we got a black Ra or do we got a black Atum?
Smash. I think there's a text by Budge. I'm not sure if it's the original, one of the creation versions, where it says that I close my eyes and I open my eyes and I shine it. I close my eyes and I become Kekubi. So it refers to him with that term, which means like something like black as night, right?
And they say the sun is black.
What?
They say the sun is actually black.
No.
They say that, I don't know. Who said the sun is
saying
black?
In the text. I'm not saying.
No, actually, no. That is, it's a. I watched this lady. She's a Indian lady, and she's a astronomer. She actually said the sun is actually green. The way that the light hits our planet through the
color spectrum.
Right. It changes that color, but the actual color is green.
Dang, I didn't know nothing about that.
That's interesting.
And green is black.
I've never heard that one either.
I ain't never heard that. I gotta let the people know which ones I never heard.
Yes.
Qualify that for me a little bit more, because I'm interested. That sounds like you might be onto something.
Green and blue is considered black.
Oh, well, I would understand that. Yeah, I hear you. I'm with that. Some ancient people didn't classify all their colors out like that.
Right.
They had bigger color categories, like, they wouldn't have said pink. That would have just been red still.
Right.
That's why pink is masculine. We think pink is feminine in this European society, but since it was
even in Egyptian, the green was representing black. A lot of the scholars are saying that the green is representing black, and blue is representing black.
Yeah, a lot of people.
Hold up, Smash. Go back to that.
Go back to what?
Paru.
I missed one.
Paru.
Yeah. Where?
It said the black god. It was talking about
another
sun
one.
God. Yeah, Paru.
I missed another one.
Per Ra. There it is.
Where? Ra.
Right there.
It says something about black god.
Yeah, you
on this one.
Look what it says.
I gotta translate it. Look, where it say black god? It say sun god.
Go back.
Let me translate to English. Sun god, a non-Egyptian deity.
Yeah, Paru.
But how is Ra? Oh, that's Para. Okay. Paru. Paru. Oh, you said Paru.
I'm trying to put you on game.
That's Paru.
Because isn't that a gang? Isn't it Paru?
I'm trying to put you on game.
That's why he said that. Well, they go Paru when it was in Egypt.
Right.
The sun.
Paru is a street gang.
I don't want to get lost though. I gotta find. I'm looking for. Y'all forgot what we looking for, huh?
Yeah, you looking for sun people.
Yeah, sun people.
You looking for us? I mean, yeah, they just.
Hey, well, you finding all the right black guys.
I know, like that. Look, here go another one. How you the Lord of Darkness, but you the sun god?
You the sun, huh?
Oh, this the one you want? No, you didn't want gold in the sun. You wanted gold with an egg, huh? Well, here is a
I just
Don't
wanted
forget-
to be
don't forget-
close.
don't forget
I
to
just
let
wanted
me-
to be close to the fact that the cosmic is going with the egg and the gold.
Man,
So
in my
so the
studies, I ain't got too much for the cosmic egg and stuff, but my studies is limited.
Don't forget to let me share. I got
well, that's only
the
in Budge's
budge.
dictionary. He's translating it as that in
Yeah,
Budge's
I'm
dictionary.
trying to
is the
say, so
cosmic
a
egg.
good thing to do when you're dealing with buds, before you bring it out, see if you can find it in another dictionary. And,
Uh-huh.
and it's gonna let you know if it's only in his, then you might be like, oh, that's just what he said.
Raul. There it is, the sun. Raul.
Oh, here you go. Wait, you know you're not looking for the golden sun. Again, it's the egg and the
The golden goose.
the golden egg. But
There go the womb. There go. I mean, there
The
go
womb.
no, this is a
Yeah.
place where the sun rises, but the egg is a determinative. The shining one. I still ain't even seen my sun people after all this time. Damn. The two lights.
But we done seen them before, and we ain't seen this right here.
We went over the attestations to the sun people before, so I know it's here. A couple years ago.
Yeah, they must have updated the dictionary since then because you didn't see the sun god before being black.
Oh yeah, no, this is a new version of it. You're 100% correct. This is TLA 2.0, and so it's a whole nother layout. And so they updated stuff. Yeah, I never seen that. The black man sun god. I'm gonna go in on that. We didn't even stop to read the attestations, so that's something I could do later. I could go read what they say about him.
Not
You
the
know.
dunkler, the darker.
All right, let me know when you're gonna do that because I know you're gonna do a big show on it because I don't want to miss that one.
Well, look, darker are the dark one, the sun god in the netherworld. This is probably another name for that black man they was talking about. But I'm gonna keep going though.
The breathing. Man. So deep.
It's so funny because I never had, no matter how many times I see the black man popping up, I never see the opposite. There's no mistake in the TLA that say the white man anywhere, blood. Like they just, and this is all done by European scholars. So I know they have to trip off that too. Like, damn, every time they say something, they throw my black man and stuff. Like if I was a white scholar and I had, I'd be like, man, these motherfuckers was black, bruh. Like that's all they keep talking about. You know what I'm saying?
Don't let them take the shining one.
So you trying to tell me I went all the way through the whole dictionary under the word sun and couldn't find the sun people? Well, I don't know. When I told you when I put it in there with both words, it didn't give me nothing. So somebody better at well, I entered the transliteration straight out the dictionary, and it still didn't give me nothing. So last thing I would do would go to another source.
I can find it. Let me find it for you.
Last thing I'll try people.
I'm just gonna say this, man. We don't have to struggle anymore. All you gotta do is go to Google. AI will tell you exactly what.
Okay, go on and do it. You can let that be your facet of the let that be your contribution. Whenever we're doing that, just go to AI real quick and handle it for us. Yeah.
All right. What are we looking for? Sun people.
Sun people.
Okay, where is?
What text? In what text can we find that sun people?
What? And don't forget, I got the EA Walls Buds and the Golden Goose.
You know what?
I got the EA Walls Buds and the egg pulled up.
The egg.
Yeah, what he was talking about.
Yeah, that's how he defines it as. Budge defined it as the egg, the cackler, cosmic egg, the sun.
I don't know nothing about that.
Yeah.
That's what he came in. That's what he came in talking about, the golden goose and the cackler and the egg and all that stuff. And what Egyptian?
All right, you know what? I remember that time I had to show all the ancient Egyptian accounts. Oh man, I think my shirts is ready. Ooh, I looked at her. I remember I like to send you fabrics. Oh, I'm sorry.
It's in the New Kingdom.
It's in the New Kingdom. Excuse me, I got distracted.
The lift of the celestial crown. Book of the
Somebody
Dead.
said they got a video of them going inside the sun. For real, come share it.
It's in the Papyrus of Ani and in the Book of the Dead. Yeah, that's what it said. Papyrus of Ani. You heard me?
What happened?
It's in the Papyrus of Ani.
It's in the Papyrus of Ani.
Yep. It says the myth of the celestial cow. The cow.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's
All right, I probably can pull that up in a minute.
Okay. Let me share this right quick.
Yeah, I'm gonna let you present. You can host while I step away for a second, Patah. If James comes, then he can. But can you?
Yeah, James, come on in.
He ain't here.
Oh.
I just gotta
Yeah,
step
yeah, yeah.
away.
Yeah,
All
I could-
hosting is letting people in if they come in the room and not letting nobody give me a channel strike. That's
Well,
all.
tell me where
I put
where you let them
host.
in at. Where you let them in at?
Well, hold on. No, you're gonna. You see that thing where it say participants at the bottom?
Yeah.
If somebody coming, they gonna pop on your screen so you won't miss it.
Oh,
But I'm
okay,
only
okay.
going to just step out, holler at my wife for a
Yeah.
minute.
I know what you mean. You just make sure that they make
Yeah.
make them show their screen, and then if they ain't on
you
no
know
nonsense.
what we do. I'll be right
Yeah,
back. Let me see.
yeah. You got me, or I'm gonna go ahead and share this.
Oh, well, let me make it so you can first.
All right.
Yeah, no, go ahead, share it.
All right. Let me see. Let me make it bigger. All right. So you had came in and you was talking about what's your name, my brother?
Norvell. Dallas
Okay.
is my name.
How you want to call? Yeah. Well, you didn't have to
Doesn't
give us
matter.
your government, but okay. All right. Dallas. I know you're not. Hopefully, you're not a Dallas fan, but
No, not Dallas. Dallas.
I say one more time.
Dallas.
Dallas. Okay, Dallas. Okay. All right. I'm about to share this right here. Yeah, there it is. All right. All right. So you had came in talking about E.A. Wallace Budge, and he was saying some things about Ed. So sharing our desktop. Okay. Oh man. There we go. Give me 1 second. I don't know. Smash will be back by the time I share. I gotta get my computer authorization. Oh man, I gotta type in my authorization. I don't share much on my Mac. But go ahead. Can you build on something real quick?
Yeah. What I notice is that, we as a people, we get sidetracked, and we get sidetracked by them always dividing us. Even in Egypt, they dividing each other. So it started with us in the continent dividing each other, and it has been working through perfection ever since. They constantly dividing us. And that's why, especially when you get in, that's why I like to think about terms, like I said earlier, holistically. I don't take things direct, especially when you're talking about a people who are dealing in a lot of mythic, exciting type of imagery when they're writing. So I like to try to encapsulate everything instead of trying to separate stuff, because I find it more problematic that way.
I agree, because I was telling people that I deal with that I try to stay open-minded. I don't try to stay closed-minded. And even though I was taught a specific way, I understand the way I was taught, but I still keep my mind open. I don't be locked in on it, and, put the guardrails on and say, I can't get outside of this box.
Right.
Yeah. But here go, the E.A. Wallace Buzz discusses the creation myth featuring the world egg in his book, Legends of the Gods. So I guess maybe we could pull that up if we have that. And then it says,
if it gives you a reference, you could probably download the book and find the page and read it.
Yep. And then it says, in this work, he examines Egyptian religious texts and mythology, including the versions of the creation legends that appear in his book of Overthrowing Apep. And that's what I studied, the overthrowing of Apep. And that's where I think Apep is the movement within the primordial mist that creates everything.
No. A Pep is considered the serpent deity who is the opposite to Ma'at. He's chaos.
I agree.
It's
That is
represented. It's represented as a snake with some infinite twist in it.
part,
That's how they represent a pep.
Joey. Sometimes you gotta come a little easier. You can't be so quick to be like no, because a pep is also, that may be a portion of it, and I agree with that. But a pep
All right,
is,
so let him, okay, so do this. Let him repeat what he said, and I will listen, and then I will respond.
you don't have to respond. This is not a debate. It's a
Hey,
bill.
but real
We gotta
quick
learn a
though,
different.
I don't want to interrupt you though, but you're just found the Sun people, so when y'all want to see that, we got like 100
I'm
something
not-
text on them, bro.
Yeah, because it was right here. I found it.
All right, hold on, Paul. You ain't found it. It's in the TLA. You talking about some
No,
English
I'm
words.
saying I found it on my. No, I
We
said
talking about primary text, not English words, bro.
I'm talking about primary text too. It says it was in the. I said it was in the Papyrus of Ani.
Yeah, no, we got 137 of them.
Okay, pull it
Oh,
up.
wow.
Because I just finished with the what was it, the egg, where you can find
But
information there.
do me a
Wallace
favor. Do me a
Buzz.
favor, so I can still fall back. Why don't you click that link right there that Yurik shared? Just click that link and you can do it. Look to the right.
Well, where is it at?
To the right.
To the right.
Click that
Oh,
link
okay.
down there at the bottom.
Oh, gotcha.
Yep. There you go. Now you in control. Wow.
I ain't
How
got
many
it.
we got? How many you say we got? 141, huh?
You said you only found one before, right?
Nah, I said the early attestations they be humans, and then when you start reading the late attestations they be in the cosmos.
I'm gonna do what
You
you
know what I'm
always
saying? When
do.
you said a long time ago when you found it, you said you only found one.
I might have said that. That might have been, but that ain't really my result because I seen them all throughout. They threw out different time periods. I might have
Okay.
meant to say at one time period they was actually really humans, and other time
Right.
periods it seemed like they was like some cosmic beings. But
Yeah,
do the
you did
same
say
thing
that
we
as well.
be doing, Spatai. You can lead the way. I'm gonna press mute, and let's go through these texts and see when are they human, when are they not human, and when are, if they're ever associated with the egg that the brother looking for.
All right, just tell me what to do.
Is that right?
I-
Is that what we trying to figure out?
Like I said, I'm just trying to get them closer related to the Nubians because that's what I'm associating.
Oh
anything
yeah.
to
We
do-
looking for the one text. There's gonna be one text in here where they're listed off with a list of Nubians, and we will find it as we do this. But
You see
notice
that's
at
not-
that first text you just read, even though you didn't read it out loud, it says the Hemaneti people have testified to him in the storms of heaven. So it seems like they are in the cosmos right there. They're
Right.
not, this is
Talking about
Unis when
Unis.
he died. This is his pyramid text. So that's the people he's encountering in the afterlife. But watch how when you keep reading through, they gonna like walk down the street. It'd be like, here come they turn to straight humans. And they do have a text. Oh, I have one text where they're associated with Nubians. Yeah, that's what I said.
Was that right? For the next sentence?
Oh, well, go back. No, you don't
What
want
was
the next sentence. What you want is the next attestation. So just scroll down.
Oh,
And then you go right click so it go to English and translate. Click translate. Now you just scroll down till you get to page 2. What the second one say?
the Hemet people will cry out because of you after the non-setting ones have or what is that?
So think about it. If that means the sun people
Circumpolar.
will cry out after you, the non-setting ones, and they say the circumpolar stars have lifted you up, that's some celestial shit. It's not no earthly. But watch how you keep reading, and then you're gonna start getting earthly accounts of these sun people, and one of them should have them listed off with the Nehesi.
All right. Hail, great
I'm about to
flood,
press mute for a minute.
cupbearer of the gods, leader of the Hemet people. Hemenet people. So that's talking about hailing the gods. My follower, my lover, my brother, whatever that's talking about. Hail, great flood.
All right, whenever you read "my lover," that's a Google mistranslation for the term "beloved."
Oh, okay.
You feel me? So I just never say "my lover." I know they mean "beloved."
Amy or Amy no. Hemenet Mer. Is that what that is?
Yeah, because that sounds like some incest stuff. If it,
Right?
you know what I'm
Yeah, I
saying?
was like,
Be like-
hesitant to
Yeah,
even read that. I'm like,
It don't sound right.
Smash, you take over.
No, that's why you gotta, when you have those, read the Metal Nature and you can see what it's like. They put shit in English. That's Google translated from German, and sometimes it mess up. You feel me?
All right, and then we talk about this Pepe. So Pepe has ascended to heaven. So we're still in the Amduat or wherever,
No,
or the Duat. Those in the now come to you, to Hemenet. People move towards you.
you're gonna get a lot of pyramid text references.
All right, so Pepe. Let's go to the next frame. I must have missed that. Hold on. Yeah. So
Hey, I'm
this,
sorry, but Smash, you make it more exciting when you read, man.
exactly, because
For real, right?
he's the narrator. He got that narration voice.
Yeah.
You know, and he read better than me. So Smash, you gotta come back on here.
Nah, I can't see that right now, but
It's your show.
Y'all funny. Well, look, don't you don't have to read all of them. Why don't you peruse them and then see if one, like,
All
just
right.
scroll them down.
Keep
the
going
screen.
down.
Yeah, and we'll see which one mentions. Cause it ain't in the pyramid. It ain't in the time period of Pepper. It ain't that one for the cupbearer. Cause that's a cupbearer of the gods, so they still in the cosmos.
Right.
Wait a minute. The dead and the non-destroyed are afraid of you.
Shesmo.
What?
What you can do is anything that you see with pyramid text are basically gonna be repetitions of each other.
Yeah,
All
for
right,
real.
so
Yeah, I
anything
mean, if
with-
it's Peppy,
So you could just-
we know
so
during
just
the
keep
time
scrolling
period
down
of
until you
Peppy,
see-
you can skip all of those.
Just keep
Okay.
scrolling down until you see a text that doesn't say a pyramid text,
All right, cool.
and then we'll be in some different text.
All right.
That's another tip.
And you
But
keep
it still
talking,
might
Jay.
be a pyramid text, though. I'm not so certain it's not a pyramid text. They just kind of reference to them,
Yeah, all these is pyramids.
but you
and
might be
pyramids.
right. Yeah, them is all pyramid texts.
Yeah.
And they with
I wonder-
Osiris and stuff.
Yeah. So it might not be talking
Hold
about.
on.
when-
That's Peppy still. Oh, yeah, keep going.
It might not be talking about when they were actually, on the earth.
No, they do. They do. I
Oh,
looked through all of these attestations before.
Oh,
And it's
okay.
like 2 or 3 of them when you're going to be like, hold on, man, that ain't happening in the cosmos.
Well, here we go. What's this? Stelios.
Or right click. Right click. and it's
Sensobek.
in the side.
Sensobek. Yeah, let me get that. You might need to go back up and see what's all this. Oh, that's a funeral. Oh, here goes some literary text, poetic.
Now, there you go. Read that up there. That's real
Made of
people.
sun
The,
people.
the one
Up
above
here?
that is real people. Read the
that's
long
real too?
one. It's that long one. Tell me them ain't real people.
A funeral offering of 1,000 of bread and beer, 1,000 of cattle, a fowl, 1,000 of alabaster and linen, 1,000 of every good and pure thing, of pure bread for Chetanamenti, the sacrificial provisions from the temple of Osiris, rations of bread, 2 jugs of beer, milk, pure white loaves, and the offering on the great offering table that comes out before the great God after his ka is satisfied with him. For the provided one, the chief of the priests,
Now, hold
the
on.
hot.
For the provided one, the chief of the priests, we start to talk about humans now. Now, keep going.
Right.
The high chamberlain
That's another human.
in the necropolis, the great priest in Thynite Abydos, the leader of the sun people.
Now, let's stop. On the day of uniting the 2 lands, the leader of the sun people. Now, is those in the cosmos?
Nah,
It don't sound like it's fine.
that sound like that's talking about the king.
Yeah, they was fighting and he was leading the sun people. You feel me? Now watch, it's gonna be another one though. Let's keep going. So that's one. What stella is that?
Well, could we say the provided one is on?
They don't say that though. Who is the provided one? Let's look at the middle nature.
Let's see. Provided one looks like
It's gonna be
this. Wow. The leader of the wild priests.
up there.
Oh, right here. It's right here.
Is this going to be near
It's right
You know
here.
what I mean. Is it
Or
going to be
right-
near
it's-
Herlopolis?
It's right here and right here.
Heliopolis.
It's right here and
We
right
have
here.
no way to know that. No, he say, I mean, they don't mention Heliopolis. They mention Thynite, which would be
Okay.
Right,
a different area.
right.
All right.
But they call him the leader of the Sun People, and the question is, he's not leading no spirits through the cosmos. He was the leader of the Sun People on the day of uniting two lands.
So that got to be talking about SETI or either Norman.
Well, this is another attestation where they seem like they real people too.
Yeah.
See, it'd be like the time period you in. So I think the next few about to
Well, that's Middle Kingdom, so that wouldn't be. That's not Old Kingdom.
Yeah.
So that, or Second.
Old Kingdom, they was in the clouds. Now let's see what they is.
So that's the stele of Wujau. No.
Let's try the next one.
11th Dynasty. That was 11th Dynasty.
See, they went back to the cosmos. Because it say, may the Sun People cheer you on your cell in the bark of the gods, right?
Mm-hmm. So he must have died in the 12th, by the 12th.
But no, I'm saying, but I think them Sun People was in the cosmos right there.
Yeah.
When you in the bark of the gods, you was floating through the cosmos.
I was thinking maybe the king died, and some people, may they continue to cheer you as you sail.
Oh well, that could
go
happen too. That's a good one.
Yeah.
But here go another one. These are real people right here.
This is Antefi.
Those are real people right there. Look, and that's Antefi.
Yeah.
No, that's the Stella of. That's not Antefi.
I think it is.
No, Antef.
You don't think that's Antefi?
No, Antefi has Tifi at the end of his name.
But they wrote it in English. Let's see.
That's Antef.
No, Antefi has Tifi in English at the end of his name.
Okay. All right.
Antef is something different.
So what that said? That said.
Can we not count that NB for Nubia there?
Where? Hell no. That means
Can't?
the Lord. That means the Lord.
Okay.
It's the way that it's written in the glyphs. You got to look at the
Right.
glyphs. You feel me?
Yeah.
So that's why I say Lord in the translation. See, the ruler of the 9 gods, the magistrate of the Sun People. Would you think that's an individual?
Yeah, that's no. Well, I think that's in the those guys that are on the boat, the solar boat.
All
Yeah,
right.
percentage.
All right.
Yeah. Let's see.
Yeah, they talking about Horus in this one. So maybe are we making a mistake on that one attestation where it seems like they're human?
No,
I don't think so, Smash. That seems human.
Yeah, it was talking
That
about
sounds
the
like what-
leader.
That sounds like some sort of quote unquote tribal people.
Oh, click this. You got to go into this one because this lists off people groups. This might be the one I was talking about. You know, the one to the right. Yeah, click that. Because they got them like the Sun People. They're going to be like the Nubians, the Moon. Click to, now right click. Watch this. Tell me these are some people in the cosmos. Because look, they say the living, they even call them the living right there. It says the living, namely more than millions. You don't see that?
Yeah.
Keep going down.
It should change, right? Shouldn't it change the English?
No, but that won't, but to the right will.
Yeah, I see that. Okay.
Before your majesty, according to what the God desired, whom made, which it ain't on that page.
All right.
The cold part is we don't want to go through the whole text, but let me see. That's what they called you, excellent as the protector, the father he raised you. This seems like it's gonna wind up being in the cosmos.
Well, they on the river happy as a.
Well, maybe it was just that one text. Remember I said one in the beginning?
Yeah.
Right.
Maybe that's what it turned out to be.
The 9 bows fall prey to you. The massive.
Well, we got to do like you do, Smash. We got to exhaust as much as we can, right?
Yep.
Before we say yes or no.
Mm-hmm.
Because all this seems physical so far. We don't see any spiritual reference yet.
Yeah, Smash be like, it's only 12 pages.
For
But you
real,
know
right?
what though? If you
No,
want
he's
to do
really
it,
saying that, you know.
Yeah, we'd be like, oh, okay, it's only 12.
if
Let's
you
keep
want to
And
going.
he's
do it
talking about
fast
like
though,
it's a lot of those
just
small
look
pages,
at the
bro.
glyphs, bro. Don't even look at the words, cause you could identify it quicker in the glyphs.
What we looking for? The sun, the arm?
The sun people, you feel me? You know they start with that sun.
All right, all right.
Yeah,
all
you can
right.
see it like that. That ain't there.
There go Nesubiti, the Carthage names the kings of Upper and Lower Egypt with his arm stretched
No,
out
it ain't
to.
in there.
Okay. No, I know the arm one, but I saw that in this, the king.
Oh, I see the sun down there. No,
Yeah, right
that
here.
right there. Yeah, do you see?
Yeah.
Illuminate.
But that's not Sun Folk though.
It's
That's
to
his
illuminate.
majesty, I think. Oh, okay.
Yeah, you're gonna see it quicker that way.
Saber, what is that? Image of God, I guess.
Good idea, Smash. It has a sun and the people glyph at the end.
Yeah, but no, the sun be in the beginning a lot of the times on this word.
Yeah,
No,
but
I'm saying that the way you identify it, it has a people glyph at the end, the sun and the people glyph.
Yeah,
sun rays.
Yeah, we don't gotta look hella much. Then you gonna get to the end and ain't gonna see it. Nah.
Well, so
And
when gonna be your new paper smash on the Black Sun God?
I
The
don't
black-
know. Give me some years, a couple of years.
Damn.
Oh, come on, man.
I gotta
What you
read.
mean?
I gotta research.
What is this? Oh, okay.
They buried the god brightly. Man, see, that was a way to get straight to it. I should have showed you.
Oh, word?
Yeah, you click back and click. You click the one to the right. If you click the one to the left, it'll take you straight to it. But we halfway through now, so forget it.
now you tell us, Smash.
Yeah.
No,
how
I
you do?
thought I told him to click
Yeah,
the
you
right
do.
one at first.
Here it go. Here. Well, I don't know.
You
Is
see
that
it?
it right there? No, that's not the
Yeah.
people, though.
about the sun. That ain't the sun people though. Let me see. That's
No.
That's something white shining. Something shining is gonna.
Yeah,
fly.
they're light or something.
Do it say shining?
Sometimes you find
says-
stuff by accident
it
this
says
way,
they're
so
light,
that's the
they're
best way to
light.
do it.
Would you believe how many times we're going through a dictionary looking for one word and find 5 other words that I was looking for the whole time?
Yeah, you're looking for
Smash.
another
What
word.
they talking about right here? Nubian. The
Yeah,
us.
and look, the word Nubian ain't on the ain't. Man, they keep doing that.
Yeah, what is that?
Oh, I read that before. Okay, they talking about some fighting Asians and Nubians. I think the Nubian
All right, we only got
woman
4
and the
more
Asian
pages.
woman say, "It's a life." I don't know, but you be seeing all kind of stuff, bro.
Oh, they wrote. I mean, for what you read, my cup is full for what we went over. What you went over today. I was good. That was good information. That Nubian.
Smash, you know what's interesting?
breakdown.
We want to say ancient Egyptians were not black, right? But
Who is we?
not us, Chesmo, but people want to say that, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you look at Ethiopia. Ethiopia means burnt faces. That was the Greeks. Then Sudan literally means the land of the blacks. So all of a sudden now blackness stops at the land of the blacks?
Oh, no.
But did the Egyptians call themselves black?
No. I'm just making a point that other people, when they came there, all the other people around them, according to other people, were black. So how all of a sudden did the blackness stop at what we call in Sudan now?
They got plenty.
Well,
of theories
actually,
for that.
I got the UCLA did a language European language seminar back in 2018 or 2020 where they updated and they said that is a mistranslation for Ethiopia.
There you
It should be shining ones or brilliant ones, not burnt faces. And that makes sense to me because the people had, because of our oily skin, our face shine. It wouldn't be a past tense thing. You would always be shining. It wouldn't be, you burnt and that's it. No, you keep radiating.
But Sudan apparently does mean land of the blacks in Arabic.
And they was using oils back then.
That one right
Right.
there, that one you just looked at was the one. It says sun people right there, but it says that make the gods, the image of the gods that make it for the sun people. I think they up in the sky.
That sounds like it, right?
So you could click out of this whole text by going back twice.
Back.
Up on your back, on the browser, yeah. You might
So
have
we
to
found
go
it.
twice. Twice didn't
All
work.
the way back.
Twice didn't work.
Maybe I didn't click it fast enough.
No, you're right. Oh, well, then just go to the top and click search. Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
Oh. And that's
So
to the-
none of the ones you could just click.
I went to the first. Oh shoot, I don't do that either.
Nah, just go to the top again, I guess. Well, it's all good. You know how
I
to
got
do
you.
it.
That's a lot, boy.
So we found one. I mean, if you got 139, and so far out of the 20, 30 you looked over, you only got one where they appear human. Just statistically, it show that we could be making an error just on that one.
Possibly, right?
All right, you got the hope.
And it may be more that just haven't been inputted yet.
Well, we didn't go through them all, but
Right.
just in the short segment, it's like if you're looking for like a needle in the haystack. If you go through 10 pieces of hay and get 10 needles, it's easier to find one. We just went through like 50 of them and found one. I don't know if we went through 50, but we probably went through 20 and found one. So if it keeps going at that rate, when we get to 100, we'll have 5. And if the statistics work like that, it seems like those 5 might not mean what we think they mean.
Actual people on Earth. I don't know. That first one seemed like that they was talking about real people.
Yeah, that one it did. That's why hands on that and wanted y'all to see it. They got
It might have been.
It might be more. We just didn't finish the exhaustive work, and so somebody go through all 141 of them. They might find a great number.
Smash.
Hey,
You know-
Smash. I'm gonna want to see you. I want to see you debate Unc with Black Man is God.
Oh no, I wouldn't debate, bro.
Black man, sun god.
That's
Huh?
old news. I wish
Look
you
right
would
there.
have
Look
whatever
right there,
you do.
Smash. You
Huh?
see what I'm sharing?
What you say?
See what I'm sharing up there? Can you see that?
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Ancient Egyptian name for Heliopolis was Lunu, a name meaning the pillars.
Yeah, but that's not that. You see
And-
how
and
I
you
say
see-
or IWNW? That's the
Exactly.
one we're doing.
Exactly.
That L ain't right. That's a capital I. It don't look
Yeah.
right.
Unu, yeah.
Yeah, that's a
Ayunu.
capital I.
Yeah. Yeah. Let me see. What else was that?
So we right with that. All right, I mean, what
Right,
can I
yeah.
say, right?
Yeah.
I wish I had
You know
energy
what?
like I did yesterday to stay for hella years, but I'm like,
You know what? You know what I got taught, Smash?
What?
That sometimes you have to learn the nuances and the history of some of these texts, which ones are real and which ones are not. Because remember, I got caught out there arguing you about something, and I found out the text was a fictional
Yeah,
text.
you got to look at the category of the text.
But
People
no,
will be in a satirical text making religious arguments.
but apparently, apparently, what was said, I think, by Lichcom or whatever, they say that when you read the language has a particular nuance that lets you know that it's not a real text. It has like a folkloric undertone
Interesting.
of the language when you know the language, so you could tell something like that.
What you showing now, Pata?
Nah, I was trying to show that I remember watching a real good video that showed that was about the overthrowing of a pet, and I was just going to let Joey know that a pet, there's different
The overthrowing of Apep.
yeah, there's different scenarios that
Is that a text? Is that a text, Shesmu?
it is.
I think that
Or it's a book by Budge. I can't remember which
no,
one.
what it is Budge has a book. One of the books I think is called The Gods of Ancient Egypt, and in the creation text, it mentions the books of the overthrowing of a pet. I think that's what you're talking about. I could be wrong,
Yeah,
but I think that's the reference you're looking for.
no, that's not it. Okay. Yeah, but it was. I mean, the breakdown, the video that I found years ago, that breakdown of that overthrowing goes through Ra, goes through Shu, Yeah, it's a real good video. But yeah. Yeah, that's where we at, I guess. I mean, I think we've exhausted the Golden Goose and the people of the sun. What's the next topic? Or Smash, you go ahead and take over.
Oh, no, I'm looking at something. I ain't even tripping. You could just unshare your screen.
All right,
I'm just chilling.
right. Figure out how to do this again.
So, Smash, in your view, if you were someone who were advising these academics, would you tell them to throw away the term Nubian
We
and
know that
stop using
term.
it?
I mean, if you want to, you know how classes got different levels and shit. Once you get to a certain level, you definitely got to do away with it. But if you just speak it in colloquial terms, people know what you mean. If they think you are saying Negroes, you have to make that explanation that ain't what you're doing.
Wow.
I mean, why not? Why wouldn't you?
No, I agree with you, but I'm just asking if you were on a academic panel and they were deciding which words to throw away concerning ancient Egypt, would you advise them to just throw away the term Nubian and stop using it?
Nah. I would advise them to understand that it's been weaponized and that it don't mean Negro.
But I think they know that already.
Nah,
That's
niggas
why
don't know that. We got
no,
rap groups.
not laymen, but the experts tend to try to dance around when you ask them certain things, because we've seen it live on YouTube. When you ask them about black, they dance around and they don't want to say that it could directly refer to the people, or they take 10 minutes to say that as opposed to just saying yes, one of the references of black is the people, but not only the people, it refers to other things too. But like, you have to force it out of them when you're having a talk with them, and you have to know what questions to ask, like you did when you had to talk with the expert. You knew exactly what questions to ask him and what text to show him.
I think I get what he's saying, because these terms are, like I said, they're thrown out to cause confusion. Okay, you could be because is you a Ghanaian Negro or or a Nile Valley Negro? Okay, so it's like.
But you see, what you see, Dorfel, that's exactly what Smash is trying to explain.
Yeah, I get it. That's what I'm saying.
When they use that word Negro or black, they're trying to say, if you're not from quote unquote sub-Saharan Africa, then you can be something else other than that.
Yeah.
Which I find makes no sense.
They keep changing the definition. They change it to suit whatever they're trying to.
The definition
point they're
of
trying
what
to
they
make.
keep changing.
Yeah.
Oh, the definition of what?
Nubian Negro.
No, they don't change the definition of it. It's static. They keep saying it means Negro.
Right. But I'm saying they changed which group they wanted to apply to. Which group of people?
Yeah, they can apply that to any individual remains found from ancient Egypt. If they find it and it look too black, this must have been a Nubian.
Right.
Exactly.
Yeah. So that's why I said, like you said, it's weaponized, because they use it however they want to discredit you, to make you lesser than them.
Exactly.
Yeah, I know, but the whole funny part is, if you know you really doing that, then you know you really ain't shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? So how could you be acting like you the big man on earth when you have to manipulate all the time and lie and shit?
Because they're doing it for economic reasons. that's all.
It's not just for a feeling. They we get paid when we do this, huh?
It's right. It's economics.
But you know what's crazy, Dorfel? FJ just told the truth. They have control, so they don't have to lie, because people are gonna come because they want to see it. They're just lying because they want to lie.
Hey, we gotta bring back the presentation too. What's up, Joey? You ain't never did no presentation, huh?
Not on your channel, no. I didn't put together a presentation.
What's up, Shazmoo?
No, I did not. What would you like me to do a presentation on?
No, I'm saying we can't just be always clubhouse talking. The majority of what we was doing was teaching for some hours, then we get to kicking it. So we need some more presentations. You feel me though? That'd be cleaner. Watching presentations be clean.
So here's what we can do if you want, Smash. I can come on your channel, and you can actually go through some of my older live videos, and you can do some commentary on it. How about that?
I don't know. I want to go over your old shit live. If you making a presentation, you should have already went over that.
No. But here's what I'm saying. I would like your critique on some of my old videos. Is what I'm trying to say. It has nothing to do with me actually reacting to myself.
No, that's all good.
That's what I'm gonna say. You can invite me on, and I could pick out certain videos. Just make a list of videos. We could just go to the videos. You could just critique certain things for me.
But I'm talking about well packaged information with digital slides and shit. That's all.
I have something. I have. Well, let me go through it and see what I have, and then I'll kick it back to you. Right?
Whatever you
ready. You can't be sensitive now once he critiques you, okay?
Yeah, Reggie started getting mad at me last night and stuff.
Nah, listen.
Man, all y'all with these other gimmicks, man, don't have me turn on the camera.
Well, Dorfeld, here's the fact of the matter. No matter what he says, I'm going to have my feelings inside because I'm just probably a little sensitive like that. It has nothing to do with Smash.
So,
I have to where I'm trying to get over not liking people to correct me because
what I don't understand with Smash, you have a history of videos where he's sensitive. So why would you do that to him, Smash?
I didn't do that. A long history. I'm just being myself.
You have a long history of showing where he's sensitive to his stuff. So why would you do that?
I don't want to remind.
This is why. If you publish that the way you were saying on the show, you might not get the results you want. And if we got some critiques, it's no
make
big
it
deal
better
to address that.
Yeah, but as Dorfeld said, we all know Reggie's temperament, and that's no slight on the man. He is
y'all ain't the type of friend I am. Y'all are letting
y'all forgetting. Reggie said, "Do you want to go in the dojo?"
Talk to a girl with a booger because you don't want to hear him what he gonna say when you tell him he got a booger.
Well, Smash, since you put it in those colloquial terms, I can respect and understand what you're saying because I will let my boy talk to a girl with a book in his nose either.
I'm gonna be like, bro, you got a fat one, bro.
I'm with that, Smash. That makes sense. I'm with that.
I'm not saying that you shouldn't have told him, but you probably should have told him offline where it wasn't in the community because he's very sensitive. Because any video I've ever seen of Reggie, old videos, he's very sensitive.
With me and Reggie, we go back like a flow jack. He understands. Right. I got him in my good graces. Like,
Right.
It is not like you thinking I had it out for him. I wanted to embarrass you. You're not about to be like getting away with no sources when you say let's go to the dojo.
There's the booger. That's gonna be my new cry for about 3 months on here. There goes the booger.
You got a booger, blood.
I swear to you, Smash. Get the booger out your nose. That's the new war cry for.
Nah, that don't gotta be that. But it was just an analogy. Like, yo, I don't want nobody feelings hurt. That's never cool.
Right.
Yeah,
but I never knew how to pause. Like, unless we arguing. Then I know how to pause. If we're not arguing, like we talk about some knowledge, we just
there's a such thing as friendly arguments too, Smash.
Yeah,
where you're arguing, but you're not being contentious. But
I
it is an
didn't
argument.
feel like I was ever arguing. I felt like we was in the dojo debating.
I agree. But a debate is a form of a structured argument too.
Yeah, it is. But argument has emotions and stuff that should be left out.
But brother Reggie is sensitive, so. he takes stuff like that as a personal challenge. So
Well, I'm not one to. Well,
He know I didn't. We ended on a good note.
that's good. That's good then. That's good. Because I never met him personally or anything like that. Only, like I said, I only know him through the videos, son edited old videos, and I seen him, and he's very energetic, and talkative, and
he's
he
very
wants to get his
informative too, huh?
point right. Wants to get his point across. So
But he's a good researcher too, Dorfa.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, I
Like I
don't like I
told
said.
him,
I'm
like
not
I told
saying
him,
nothing negative about him. Yeah.
like I told him yesterday when he did that Neuroradman study, he made it sound so simple. And my simple ass going and tried to feel I was going to put together some presentation for my YouTube channel. I said, hell no.
Right.
It just didn't work. It just wasn't my wheelhouse to do that. But when he read it, it looked so simple. And then when I started reading, I said, this is not so simple for me. I wasn't able to break it down in that kind of way.
Right.
And just like I always say, I now have a new respect for debaters because I had a discussion with someone and I put together 7 slides. And it seemed like it took me forever to put together those 7 slides. I swear, because Hassan Khan sent me about 4 different books. And it took me a long time to put together those 7 slides. And then when I got into the situation, I decided I wasn't going to, because we're on someone else's platform, I decided I wasn't going to give away all that content. Because to me, it wasn't going to be appreciated. So I just did the bare minimum to bring my point across. And the actual point was there retainer sacrifice? One of the points was there retainer sacrifice in ancient Kemet? And was there oppression in ancient Kemet?
So Trump's so stupid.
No, I'm lying.
The U.S. is sending troops to Gaza, bro.
Really?
This is disgusting. God, this is disgusting, dog. This is the worst part of... I ain't never lived in the worst part of America, bro.
They trying to get a war kicked off, man.
Troops to Gaza. They over there slaughtering them people. What they need some American troops for?
Because that's a pretext to get to Iran.
I don't know. He might be over there trying to smash on the IDF. Might get up out of here. I don't know, but this shit is stupid.
Yeah, man.
I'm gonna get ready to end this one just so the show won't be too long. It'll be 4 hours, which is already hella long.
Before you go smash, when I get together the presentation, I'll let you know, right? And you let me know when I can come on.
Good.
All right, man.
Yeah, he want to use you to make his debating skills better there, Smash. That's what he's saying.
Yeah, that's all good. That's no problem.
But nothing is wrong with that. You had to learn somehow.
Hold on, Smash. Before you slide out, can I share something real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, so I don't know if this might not be it should be all right. Let me see. Share. What is it at right here? You can stop me if you say, nah, don't do that.
Y'all think it's important for our country to spend as much money on the military as we do?
Nope.
That's a hard question.
Here's the real answer. If you build your country on war and violence, you have to keep investing in war and violence.
So what?
If you build a country on war and violence, you have to continue investing in war and violence to keep the country going.
Yep, I agree with that.
Mm-hmm. Just like Will Smith said in Focus, sometimes you have to die with the lie because you're in too deep. You're in too deep into the scenario and you can't get out. So once they build the country on that, they have to keep investing because that's how they're keeping the country going. War is big business now, you know that, especially in America. You know how many private government contractors they have now, and not just everywhere. That's big business. It's
kind of like all the shit they fear, right? Like they do so much dirt to people that they eventually gonna get subjugated.
Right.
Well, guess what? History tells us that happens. Eventually, when you're conqueror, you get conquered at some point in history.
That's true. That's
Or
true.
when you invest all this time into military actions, eventually you're just exhausted and you just have to give up and say, nah, we can't fight no more. You had to choose who you're gonna lose to. And that is why I say we look at ancient Kemet, to me, I think they just decided we on the way out. Let's just give up the ghost to the Greeks and go on. That's what I think. I think they just that was kind of a conscious decision.
They say Trump being blackmailed in the chat, huh?
How's that?
I don't know. I just read on the screen and say something about, bro, this is the United States and Israel state are both guilty. Yeah, I don't disagree with none of that.
Told you they're trying to
Pedophilia and genocide, Trump being blackmailed. So
he
we all
trying
know
to-
what's up with that, right? So let me say something. This was something I discovered. When I started seeing all this shit about the pageants and stuff, I asked myself, why did pageants stop? Like, you don't be hearing about no Miss America shit no more, huh?
Nope.
But it was a time in our life when that was the biggest thing. You know why? Because that wasn't nothing but a pedophilia scam, bruh. They
Yep.
had that shit running and juking, and now you see how they was doing it. You see what I'm saying? They was getting the young girls to go to these rich dude places. They say they running the pageant. You know, all this shit is fake, and it's for them to do their devious intentions. It's just like Hollywood. Hollywood is only created so that rich motherfuckers can see anybody naked. There ain't no other reason. Yeah, they got other fantasies too, but it be boiling down to what? I could give your wife, she an actress. I'll give her a meal ticket. I gotta sing for her.
It's a book called Republican and Queer.
Well,
Those are the most homosexual group, the Republican Party. They try to act like they aren't. But if you look at all the stuff, all of the preachers that get caught, they be Republicans.
Really?
You know,
Well,
you got,
I don't know about that, and I don't know if sexuality could fall upon partisan lines. All I know is this. When they say it's a Republican convention, they say the gay apps be overloading in that area.
Thank you. That proves it.
You feel me?
that's
do you
it.
say, now,
That proves it.
do y'all think that the runways, like the models and stuff, that's the same thing?
Huh?
When they do runways and clothes and all that stuff, you think that's the same
No,
thing?
not that. No, that ain't beauty
The
pageants
models.
is the shit that don't happen really too much no more. Like, I remember when that was a centerpiece of American culture.
That's
I
true.
do too.
That's true.
I do too.
Yeah, and that was just running the big ass rules. They was making all the young, it was grooming, bro. It was just a different way to groom through the TV. Make all the young girls in America want to come get naked at this place where you could walk in the back door and check them out.
You know,
So Trump can rub on them.
and you know what's funny, Smash? When Jabari was talking about Donald Trump, he said the exact same thing you just said, that he realized Trump was getting his kicks watching those little girls undress.
He said it all on the Howard Stern show.
Yes, he sure did. I heard it.
Y'all probably don't remember.
I think he even did something with his daughter because he said,
Bro, he be
if
saying
she wasn't
stuff
my
about
daughter,
his daughter.
I'd hump on her boy in a quick second.
Dude, he said he would be dating his daughter.
Yeah,
There
I
was an
think he already did
11-year-old
something
girl
to
in
him.
the elevator, and he was like, look, talking about, in 10 years I'd be dating her.
11? Yeah, man, that's crazy. Well, I guess they're gonna say that's what you voted for, right?
Well, you know who his three favorite people is, right?
No.
McCarthy, Cone, and Nixon, and all three of them. It's a book that talks about how all three of them was homosexuals.
Okay.
Well, I don't think
So
that's
he-
why I like him. I never thought
And,
nothing like that
and Roy
about him.
Cohn groomed him.
I
Roy
think him
Cohn
on
was
some,
known as
some
a
other type of deviance. He's showing
Roy
his
Cohn-
deviance.
no.
think
Roy
he like
Cohn
women.
was known to
No, I'm
to
talking about
groom.
Trump. I'm sorry. I was talking
Yeah,
about
that's
Trump.
what I'm talking about. Roy Cohn groomed Trump. Roy Cohn was known to groom rich white men and have sex with him because he was a homosexual.
But
I
if
think
I
he.
can,
I think Trump like women though. I think Trump.
yeah, that's what I was saying. I'm not trying to just pull anything out the
Just
cosmos and
because you
throw it on
like
the
women
motherfucker.
don't mean you won't sleep with a man.
It
Okay,
don't
look at
mean that
Diddy.
for it don't mean that for nobody, even none of us in the chat. So how could you apply that mode to Trump with no evidence? See, they don't mean that for
I'm
you
gi-
either.
I got
You
a
see what
book
I
that
mean?
talks about it. I got a
That's a
book
good
that
point.
talks about it.
That'll be a book I won't be reading.
I mean, I'm
Oh,
just not with
it's
snatching
crazy.
shit out the cosmos
It's
and
crazy.
throwing
The
it
book
on
is
You say
people.
you don't
crazy.
want to read that book, yes?
That's a book
The
I
book
won't
is
be
crazy.
reading.
It's crazy, man. The book
I
is crazy.
bet.
I read it was like oof.
Yeah.
But
Because I,
What?
it's a reporter who's reporting it. They got the reporters. The
hey, look,
reporters.
my Eagles are on. I'm about to bounce. I didn't even realize they was on. I'm
That's
gonna
what's
holler at
up.
y'all. Yeah.
All right.
That's what's up. Yeah, I'm gonna close it down in a quick second, but this shit crazy, bro. Like, I mean, I even be tripping off all of the propaganda that we've been fed about being like number one country your whole life. Do you really, really deep down? I really don't even care about that deep down inside.
I'll
Like, we
say,
don't necessarily have to be number one in nothing economically, right? We have to be a thriving nation. Because what about the people who lived in the nations that was considered number two the whole time we was considering ourselves number one? Was they like living in squalor?
Of course.
No, hell no.
That's that's the
So,
only way you get to be number one is
no,
to
no,
have
no,
other
no, no. I
people.
don't think you understood my question.
Okay.
So I'm saying, like, at all these times when America boasts that we're the number one economy, the number one nation in the world, let's suppose what nation was number two at that time, and how were they living? See what I mean? Like, was it
I
like
understand what you're
because we
saying.
was number one, we had all the fly shit, and they was number two, they had to like use
But you
newspaper
know,
for toilet paper?
Smash, when they talk about number one, I think they're generally talking about militarily speaking, not necessarily economically.
Well, I don't really care about being in the number one military country. How did that help my life? It don't keep you
I
safe. That's the
I
bullshit.
agree, but I'm just saying the reference refers to military and not necessarily economy. Since we're discussing it, it doesn't really affect none of us in any kind of positive way to be in a country that with all of that military. All it does is end up having mothers crying and trying to reconcile, saying that your son went to war to defend the country, and that is not true. He went to war because he decided to join the military, and he is under someone else's agenda. It doesn't make, and there's no disrespect to people who have died in the military. There's no disrespect to that, but you join the military to deal with whatever military issues the country has at the time. Sometimes they're noble, sometimes they're not. It's whatever they tell you do, you have to do, and we have to understand that. There's no slight on anyone's loss of life. But every military cause in every country is not necessarily noble. We know that already. Correct? We study ancient Kemet enough to know that certain things we would consider noble. Certain things they just say, I want to expand my borders. There's different reasons for it. Am I correct, Smash, or am I saying something out of context?
Oh, I mean, I'm just listening.
That's what I'm saying. That war is war. They have several reasons to go to war. So we have to stop thinking that every time we go to war and it takes place it's a noble cause. Sometimes, unfortunately, it's not. It is not always. It's not always about
All
protecting and
war is
defending all the time.
resource based.
That's not necessarily true all the time. I wouldn't agree with that, though, Phil.
Why you wouldn't? What resource? What resource wouldn't you?
No, what I'm saying is sometimes people honestly go to war to defend themselves because they're being unjustly attacked.
Well, that's a
I think
defensive
that exists.
posture. I think you.
that exists, Phil.
Now, going to war to defend yourself is different than going to war because you're seeking resources.
And this is what I'm saying, though, Phil. Sometimes people are honestly being attacked by other people, and they're just defending themselves against an unjust attack.
Right. Okay.
And sometimes,
Yeah,
sometimes just as an ancient Kemet, they're honest to tell you, we go into war because we want what they got over there. We go into war because we think this is a just
When they say
cause.
that.
No. But sorry,
You was
Smash.
just looking over the text today. You just got to start referencing your text correctly.
Sorry, Smash.
You
I
don't
have
remember?
never. About what?
One of the only
Did
people who said that. Nobody else was just going out to take your stuff. It was just Senro said really. Who else was like, I'm just going to maybe Tutmos, one of the
no,
Tutmoses?
but here's what I'm saying. There were references to people saying, "I want to expand my borders. I want to take what's over
That's
there." Whether
Senro
it's one or
said.
two, right?
That's Senro said and his sons. Whatever, and maybe Tahuti Mess, but who else? Everybody
But
else was cool with their area and their
okay,
territory.
I agree with you, Smash. But to be fair, there are, as you could say, there are references to people saying that.
Yeah, they are.
Just like when we talk about return of sacrifice, there's a specific group that they reference that they say that happening.
But you know just
But
how Trump tripping right now and doing all this stuff? It was pharaohs who was tripping too, bro. Like they just
Right.
no,
came in on their own
I
hype.
mean, I
Now,
mean,
didn't they
I
did,
agree
did,
with
did,
you. I agree. I agree.
did
It
didn't they
wasn't the norm.
rally behind a religion to do these military campaigns? Didn't for the pharaohs?
I would say yes. Some people
Okay.
would not say no. Some people would say there was no religion. But I would say they prayed. They named their troops after deities.
Right.
I mean, they named their troop like they had the Ptah platoon, the Amun platoon, the Ra platoon. So if we try
Well,
to separate it from their theology, we kind of be lying.
well,
So can we say fairly that all religion, whether it's from Africa or Western society, is bad because they all take advantage of the people?
No,
well,
I would definitely
I'll
not
say,
say that. I would say
Okay.
conflict is inevitable, and people tried to figure out ways to prevail in conflict, and they learned about belief. They learned if you can make your people believe something, they can
Right.
fight harder and stronger and longer.
Right.
I'll say this. I simply don't like the word religion because I think it's really an anachronistic term to relate to ancient Kemet.
Well, that's
Because the
people try to
concept didn't
argue
really exist in
that.
that.
People
Okay.
try to argue that, but it's just a romantic argument. You got all the canons of religion coming out of
I mean, but
Egypt. Let me break it down. You got prescribed text, old text written by some old person that you still following because you Egyptian, right? You got priests, right? You got
Mm-hmm.
netchers, which we don't like to call gods or deities. You got temples of worship, right? You got rituals and rites. And if you don't want to encapsulate that in a religion, it's got to be a fraternity or something, but it ain't
so
just.
the reason why I don't say religion because I think even though we could use that term, religion is slightly different than what they practice.
All right. So what would you call it then?
I like to say spirituality because
See,
I think
that's the old.
I don't
that's
like
the worst
that.
argument.
no,
I don't
and you
like
know why I
that.
say that? You know I say that because
like
they
that.
would have more of an understanding as to where these different deities came from. We're just guessing that they're fictitious, but in actuality,
Oh,
they
you
might
think the
have been
deities was
ancestors.
real?
I think no. Here's what I'm saying. I think there's a chance that all of these deities were simply deified ancestors, not that they were beings with supernatural power. So
Nah,
don't get
hell
me wrong
no,
on that.
bro. That's so romantic.
But I'm just saying African culture dictates that is a possibility. It's not beyond the realm of possibility that because they think Asar was a real person
Well, I think
who was
some of
simply
them was
deified.
composites.
Some of them, bro, you can't argue that
Yeah.
every thousand. How
Some
would
of
they have
them was
kept track?
composites of other individuals too. So
Well, you
being
know,
merged together.
maybe that if in your argument, maybe that was a way to keep track of their family tree by turning each
Right.
deceased individual into something all
I'll say-
fanciful and shit.
I'll
That's
say this.
interesting.
I'll say this. I think more of them than we think were actually ancestors. We can identify one or two based on the historical records that we have. But Kemet goes back so far, we can't say which ones was totally made up and which one was not. We
Nah,
don't know.
man, I wouldn't be saying that.
Well, if you have 3,000 years of history, it's possible that you could have hundreds of people that have been deified.
I could
That's a
agree
long
that the
time in
act of
human history.
veneration probably came, deification came from humans, great humans. Legend being expanded and legend gets expanded to then people start venerating the legend of people. and then it turned into some type of deity. But that process would have to happen for thousands of motherfuckers. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like Martin Luther King ain't even a god yet. But I'm saying, you feel me? He's elevated from just a normal human to us to this figure, right? Give him
Right.
more time and give more mythology around it. Give it 500 more years, and he might be told of being like a Jesus. You know what I'm saying? But it
Yeah, I
takes
agree.
time for veneration to kick in over hella generations for people to be like, all
Well,
right,
let's look at that, because wouldn't it have to do with the regime? If you're under a regime that's oppressive and they're making you worship me as a god, that's something different.
yeah, that's true, because you could be under a regime that say, everybody about to venerate that fool tomorrow. We're having a
Right.
festival. You
But
feel
do
me?
you think?
And then
But
you're
do
going to
you?
be like, damn, they made us just like they doing Charlie Kirk.
Right.
You feel
Right.
me?
But do you? But let me ask you a question. Do you think that the idea of the pharaoh being compared to the deities was a false idea, or that was
Your
something?
phone's going hella far away.
Oh, do you think that when they talk about comparing the nature and the king, that was a false thing, or that was something accepted in the culture?
Forced? I mean, I don't think it was forced.
All right, I'm just.
I'm saying
Now let me
don't
now.
preachers kind of think they're closer to God than the average motherfucker?
Yeah, but
Yep.
but what I'm saying is this, right? When you deal with African culture, the king is also considered a sort of a divine figure in the sense that he is the one who has the absolute moral authority.
I
Because
just
he
think
was,
that's the way we reconcile things. Like, you know what I'm saying? I mean, just humans. We humans in order, some natural order is there. Like, you know, I think that's the way we think. Like, I think if somebody raises up to be prominent in any type of society, that society will associate him to a successful in their theology. You know what I'm saying?
Elevating.
Yeah, they be
Elevating.
like,
Yeah.
"Oh, he's blessed." So if
Right.
you blessed, you already are elevated because you're receiving some blessings. Now, if
I
you
think
just
it's deeper than that,
continuously
man.
do that, they might act like you some holy person.
No, that's how the human brain works. Your human brain is going to automatically put things into order. It has nothing even to do with you. It's just a natural
let me
thing that's happened in your brain.
I'm going to disagree with you, and the reason I'm going to disagree with you is
There's too many. I read too many psychology books that
Okay.
have verified information that this
Okay.
is how the brain works.
All
man.
right,
let me do
I'm
this.
just gonna give you some game, Jose.
Yeah.
It ain't that good to disagree on YouTube with a horrible mic, bro. I'm just saying, because even if you're right,
Are you hearing me now?
people
Are you
think
hearing
you're
me now?
wrong just because your mic.
Are you hearing?
People be like they over talking. He gotta be wrong. Why is his mic that bad? Like,
Are you hearing me now, Smash? Are you hearing me now?
yeah, I hear you now. It's a joke, but you tell the truth. Sometimes it be a debate, and I'll be hella mad at the person that I'm rooting for got the bad mic, bro.
Yeah. Right. No, but.
Oh, wait a minute. You rooting for him against me? Come on, Smash.
No,
What's
that
up?
was another instance.
Okay.
But thank you. But thank you for that. What I'm simply saying is I think it goes deeper than that. It was just a part of the culture. It wasn't just because he's successful. That is a part of the culture. The king is considered to be the ultimate moral authority. That's just how the culture works.
All right, I'm saying though, but is that only limited to that culture? Like, let's think about Catholicism. Wasn't the king in Catholicism supposed to be some holy shit too?
The
King
Pope,
James writing the Bible, right?
No.
I mean, you know what I mean.
No. They didn't know. No.
Yeah. You're getting socialized to think that way, though. You're being programmed to think that way. Okay.
Like, how did he have the religious?
You're either being indoctrinated by your parents or you're being indoctrinated by fear.
But
okay?
Dorfel, the culture of the European explains there was only one. But for me, there was only one particular group of people. Which was the
every
Greeks and
culture
Romans.
But every culture uses indoctrination.
Okay,
that's what I'm saying.
Okay, but let me finish. The only culture that I've seen that writes that way outside of Africa is these Greeks and Romans. They specifically say that. You don't hear them in England.
Say what?
that they actually saying that the king is worshipped. They use those words. That Caesar was considered a god in the flesh. They
What you
use
mean
that word.
the only cultures that say that?
No, I said the only culture, the only European culture. You don't hear them saying King James was a god and all these people
No,
were gods.
no,
They don't
no.
say that.
I
They
mean
don't
the
use that word.
but that ain't necessarily. You just pushed it to the extreme. We were simply probing whether prominent people who raised up in society got considered closer to their deity of their theology. See what I'm saying? Like if
Oh,
you
sorry.
balling,
I
people
missed
be
that
thinking
part.
God blessed you and God ain't blessing them. And so even in that sense, they thinking that a person who's successful, they be thinking they close. I don't know. We were asking the question though. You feel
I
me?
mean, I'm just gonna say, African culture is very different than other cultures. And when
I
you
don't
look
see
at
it.
no, but when you look at ancient Kemet, certain terms that they use for the pharaoh are used for deities as well, such as
Yeah.
Neptar, Neptar gesture. So they're explaining to, and they also talk about the quote unquote cannibal hymn, which I researched yesterday, Smash, talking about one of the kings absorbing the power of the deity.
Yeah, you definitely want to
Right.
absorb the power of the deity, but what's the
Right.
matter with that?
But what I'm saying is when you read what those so-called pharaonic texts, like the pyramid texts, those things don't apply to people outside of the Nasut Bidi. Because you don't even see the Nasut Bidi going through the weighing of the heart ceremony.
So okay,
He's
all right.
already
So what's
considered
the
divine.
ultimate point you're making?
That he is different, he's already considered divine.
Yeah,
He
he
does not
is.
have
We
to be
don't
judged.
disagree with that.
He gets an automatic in. You and I can't get an automatic in. We had to go through all of that.
Yeah, we all totally agree with that. I think.
But there's a reason for that, because he is considered the ultimate divine. He's considered a divine ruler, and all African cultures consider their rulers divine.
Yeah, of
People
course.
don't want to admit that.
I don't know about all African cultures, but
They do.
that is what they do in Kemet. They
Right.
consider them divine.
But all African cultures consider their ruler to be the ultimate authority.
Well,
He's the
okay,
ultimate
I have
authority.
to.
Well, some African cultures didn't have, they had elders, so they didn't really have a centralized.
But what I'm saying, but in any African culture, the elders are the ultimate authority. Sometimes even the king cannot go
Right.
past what the elders say.
Correct.
Right. But all of that, but once again, and the king is generally considered the divine ultimate authority. Only one or two people can question it. A regular
But
dude
see-
walking by can't question it.
Even what you're saying right now, but see, through time, what we have through time is happening is that even these people get corrupted, okay? And because they don't want to lose power or they don't want to give up power, they'll become
Agreed.
oppressive. So that's what we see. We see
I-
the same thing. All that happened in Africa. So this is that thing where power corrupts and absolute power corrupts absolutely. So it happens. This is part of human nature.
Phil, I will agree with you. But guess what? When you are in a position like the Nasut Bidi and you are waking up every day and people put this authority on you, at some point it has to affect you to make you say,
Right.
I can't be out here acting mad. Because all these people are venerating me and I have to live up to that veneration.
Right.
This is why in ancient Kemet, when you see them doing things that's crazy, they eventually come back to their senses. It's just like
Hopefully.
Karis once said. Karis once made a comment. He said, people like to say the black woman is God. And even if it's not true, if you keep telling her she's God and put her on a pedestal, she will eventually start to act like God because you told her that.
Well, some of these people
I
you're
think
talking
that
about.
people say what I could have made.
But some of these people you're talking about didn't have an opportunity to change because they got murdered by their, the next one in line. So
And guess what? That is part of my art. If you out here wilding, you are subject to your own rule that if you get out of pocket, something gonna happen to you.
Yeah.
And that's what happened.
All right, I gotta keep it moving. I appreciate y'all for making this another good show. We'll be back tomorrow with another cool build. All right.
all right.
Thank y'all. Appreciate you. Thanks for tapping in.
Thank you too.
Word up, yeah. Cause I'm just looking at my phone and I'm just seeing some business I gotta handle. I'm like, I don't want to do that. Like, whatever. But I'm gonna handle my business. You feel me? Yo, thanks for tapping in. Thanks for watching the show. We be back on another day just like this, probably mid-morning after the early